like on the agenda, they may do so during the general public comment at the end of the meeting. Members from the public will be given 2 minutes to make comments. Ray will be keeping track of that. And we'll let you know when you have 30 seconds so you can start to wrap up your final thoughts. So for members of the community who are joining us online and would prefer to submit their comments in writing, you can write your comments in the chat box. The comments will be read out loud by the meeting facilitator, so most likely Ray or Nikesh. And then also note that the chat function will be enabled during public comment sections too, and will otherwise be disabled, okay? For those of you that are joining us online and would like to make verbal comments, please dial 1-415-655-0001 and input the following access code: 146-067-7437. I'm gonna repeat that number one more time. After you've called in, the access code is 146-067-7437. And I know we'll also periodically, we'll have a shared screen that has that number on it too. So there'll be other opportunities for you to get that information. Once you call and dial in, make sure you push *3, and that will put you guys in the queue to be able to make public comment. For those of you that are already joining in by phone and would like to express verbal public comment, all you have to do is press *3 and it will put you into the queue. All right.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for your remarks and the detailed instruction. One more housekeeping item is that this meeting will be recorded. We can move on to the next slide. Yeah.
Yes, thank you for that. So yes, this meeting will be recorded and it will be reposted to the Office of Cannabis website. And you can also go and check out our previous meetings as well, if you guys want to catch up to what we've worked on for this year. All right, so I'm gonna pass it over. We're gonna get a roll call in and we'll get into reviewing our agenda.
Yes, thank you, Chair Park. I will go ahead and start with the roll call. Seat 8, Ali Jamalian.
Present.
Seat 9, Aaron Flynn.
Present.
Thank you. Seat 10, Jessica Cry.
Present.
Seat 11, Doug Block.
Present.
Great. Seat 12, Sean Richard.
Present.
Yes, all right.
You got it.
Seat 13, Nina.
Present.
All right. Seat 14, Jesse Stout.
Present.
Thank you, Jesse. Seat 15, Teresa Foglio.
Foglio, present.
Thank you. And seat 16, Sarah Pyan.
David, just let the votes reflect that she's trying. I'm in communication with her.
Got it. Okay, thank you, Nikesh. So with that, we have a quorum and can move forward.
Thank you for that, David.
No problem.
Okay, so if you guys can take a second and take a look at the agenda. Does it look like it's in the order that needs to be discussed? Is everything that we feel that we need to cover there? If we're gonna give you guys, us as a committee, a little bit, like 2 minutes to discuss, let me know, and then we'll open it up for public comment. Then we can make a motion and vote on this agenda item. How do people feel about the agenda?
Just to say, Ray or Nikesh, if I can have privileges, I can share the agenda right now. If that would be helpful.
I think that would be great for our attendees if we can do that.
Okay, 1 second, David.
So as we do that, I'm gonna just like read it off after we have we review our agenda. We will take a look at the meeting minutes from September 15th. There'll be some general announcements about the committee, and then an update from the Office of Cannabis, an update from the Planning Department. Then we'll start to do a deep dive. This is the 65-minute conversation on policy recommendations. And then we'll be able to take a good little bio break. Remember, this is a longer meeting, so we are usually at 3 hours. We're going to do a 4-hour meeting today. After the break, we come back and we talk about implementation of these recommendations that we developed in the 65 minutes before. And then item number 9 is there is a letter to be reviewed to the Board of Supervisors in regards to the inhalation ban that was proposed by Supervisor Yee last week. Then we'll go into general public comment, and then our meeting is adjourned by 5. Does this look good? All right. Anybody have, Aaron?
I'll make a motion to approve the agenda as written.
1 second, we had general public comment. So, yes. So before we make motions, I'm going to open it up the floor for general public comment. If you are a member of the public, please press *3 and get put into the queue, or you can input your comment into the chat box and we can get it read off. I see no hands raised so far. Ray, do you see anybody in the queue?
Madam Chair, there's no individual waiting to speak in the queue, and there's also no written comments submitted to the checkbox.
Okay. Committee member Flynn, if you want to make that motion again.
Certainly. I'll make a motion to approve the agenda as written.
Second.
Thank you for that. All right.
Okay. So go ahead and we'll do a vote. Can you all hear me?
Yes.
Good. Okay. Seat 8, Ali Jamalian.
Aye.
Seat 9, Aaron Flynn.
Aye.
Seat 10, Jessica Cry.
Aye.
Seat 11, Doug Block.
Aye.
Seat 12, Sean Richard.
Aye.
Seat 13, Nina Parks.
Aye.
Seat 14, Jesse Stout.
Aye.
Seat 15, Teresa Foglio.
Aye.
And seat 16, I don't know if Sarah's still with us. Sarah, are you with us? No. So the vote passes nearly unanimously with one temporary absence.
Thank you. Sorry. All right. So we will move on to agenda item number 3, which would be the review of the meeting minutes from September 15th. Does anybody have any revisions for these minutes?
I guess I just did have one question on the minutes. When we were receiving the update from Inspector Hernandez from DBI, I thought that there were some action items around him emailing some information possibly to the Office of Cannabis in regards to permit status and that type of thing. And I don't see it anywhere in the minutes where it calls that out. So I just wanted to see if that had made it in or what the status of that was.
Thank you for flagging that.
So I do have here that the committee requests that DBI provide the committee a process flow diagram of the DBI permitting and referral process that indicates the typical wait time. DBA responds that there's a flow chart on the website. However, they will send OC to disseminate to the COC. Aaron, is that the?
That's what I was looking for. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, no problem. I'm glad we double checked that.
And Aaron, just to answer the second part of your question, this is Nikesh from the Office of Cannabis. We will be providing an update with respect to that portion of the last meeting as well. So stay tuned.
Thanks, guys.
Sure thing.
All right. Okay. So yes, let's open up the floor for public comment because we need to take that before we can make a motion to approve these minutes. So if there's any members of the public that would like to make any comment on the meeting minutes, all of which are available on the Office of Cannabis website under Oversight Meetings or under the Meetings tab. So you can download all of the information that we are also looking at from there. Please press *3 and or input into the chat box and we'll get it cracking.
Madam Chair, this is Willie Law from the Office of Cannabis. I'm looking at the attendee list right now. Currently, there's no individual waiting to speak, and there's also no written comments submitted to the chat box.
All right, thank you for that, Ray. All right, any other comments or questions about our meeting minutes from the 15th?
And Madam Chair, not so much a question or comment, but just wanted to let the notes reflect that Member Payan has joined us now.
Wonderful.
Thank you, Nikesh.
Hi, Sarah, welcome. Good to see you. Glad you made it in.
Me too. It was a journey, man.
We need you for this discussion. It's a big one. So everyone need all hands on deck. All right. So I'm making a motion to approve the meeting notes as is.
Second.
Great, we'll move to a vote. C8, Ali Jamalian, how do you vote?
Aye.
C9, Aaron Flynn.
Aye.
C10, Jessica Craig.
Aye.
C11, Doug Block.
Aye.
C12, Sean Richard.
Aye.
C13, Nina.
Aye.
C14, Jesse Stott.
Aye.
Seat 15, Teresa Foglio.
Aye.
Seat 16, Sarah Pine.
Aye.
And the minutes pass unanimously. And
Wonderful.
just for our notes, who was it that seconded the motion?
I think it was Ali.
Ali, thank you. Noted.
You. All right. I wanted to invite for agenda item number 4, Vice Chair Fry to be able to make this announcement because I know I'm going to do a lot of speaking during this meeting. This is a important piece of announcement. So.
Thank you, Chair Parks. So just a few announcements to go over and some administrative updates. Some key points. This meeting will be the committee's last of the year. The voting members on this committee will reach the end of their terms at the end of this year, as in the end of December. Sorry, can everybody go on mute real quick? I feel like I'm hearing myself again. Sorry. So yeah, the voting members on this committee will reach the end of their terms at the end of this year. The clerk of the board is accepting applications to fill the vacancies. The end of the current terms will create. We encourage anyone who's interested to apply. The slides are showing who's coming up. If we can also show how people are able to apply through the clerks.
And Julia, if you could just slide to the next slide, that'd be great. And then
Yeah, so these are all of the seats that are up. Oh, go ahead, Nikesh.
Oh, sorry, Jessica. I'm just noting that these PowerPoint slides show the seats that are available and the criteria for applying. And then this last item at the bottom here is the link to use to submit an application. So with that, I'll give it back to you, but thanks for humoring me for a second.
Yeah, so that people can get more information regarding the application process, you would go to sfbos.org/cannabis_oversight_committee. Once again, it's sfbos.org/cannabis_oversight_committee. And that wraps it up. Next is going to be some public comment, unless there's some discussion.
Thank you for that, committee member Cry. One more time, Ray, can you remind us, what is the deadline on this application? People need to submit it by December, but is there a day that we have locked in?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So as of now, there's no that solid deadline set yet.
Okay.
But that said, generally speaking, deadline for applications for any commissions or committee that will be discussed at the Rules Committee at the Board of San Francisco Board of Supervisors. The clerk of the board will stop accepting applications 10 days before the hearing is set. And as of now, there's no meeting set for this purpose. But I would say, folks, if you are interested in applying, please do so as soon as possible. Because once we receive sufficient applications for each seat, then the meeting will be set and the deadline will be imposed to this purpose.
Thank you for that, Ray. Awesome. Okay, so we have room for public comment on this agenda item. If you would like to make public comment, once again, the phone in is 1-415-655-0001, and then you input the access code 146-067-7473, and then you can press *3. So if you're
Madam Chair, I have a question.
Yes.
What seats is it all the seats or just certain seats?
All of the voting seats.
Okay, great.
So all of us, yes. Which means that we all need to reapply if we intend to continue to serve on this committee.
I have a question as well. And I'm sure Ray or anybody can answer it. Until the rules committee begin in January and it's formed, does that mean that after this session there is no more Cannabis Oversight Committee until the new one forms, or how does that work?
Madam Chair, do you want me to take this
Please.
question?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Ali, for your question, and through Madam Chair. So the short answer is yes, because in order for us to have this meeting, we do need a quorum, and absent the appointments of the new members of the next term, then there will be no quorum to host our Cannabis Oversight Committee meeting until that happens. Thank you.
Thank you, Ray.
You're welcome.
Okay, so that means 2021, as of right now, has no structure for an oversight committee.
Yes, Madam Chair, and so that's why I think it's important to encourage individuals who are interested in applying to apply for the appointment of this committee to ensure we can move this forward as soon as possible so we can reconvene early next year.
Okay, and also can you remind all of us who are the committee, the commission on the rules, the rules committee, who are the supervisors that sit on that committee that would start to make those decisions so that we can flag it for their office?
So right now, I believe I can pull that up for a second, but I believe when this item is up, it's gonna be in January, and most likely there will be some changes for all committees and the Board of Supervisors in general. But certainly, if individuals who are interested in doing that, then I encourage you to go to San Francisco Board of Supervisors website to check on the members of a specific committee, rules committee in this instance, that you can reach out to the committee members after you submit an application and start to introduce yourself to the members if you wish to.
So currently it's Ronan, Mar, and Stephanie
Got it.
are the supervisors on the rules committee for now. But like Ray said, it could change.
That is correct. Thank you, Jessica.
And Madam Chair, this is Nikesh. Just to provide a little bit more context on some of the outreach behind filling these seats, the OOC has been sending updates regularly, and there was an article in the Examiner as well that talked about the vacancies on the seat, and we're using this opportunity as well as a massive conference yesterday on cannabis to plug and make sure people are aware that there are opportunities to apply.
Thank you for that. I mean, as far as the committees that you could sit and apply for in San Francisco, I have to say that this is one of the coolest committees. So, you know, get those applications in. I know I'm going to reapply. So do we have any public comment?
Let me take a look of our attendee list now, Madam Chair. 1 second. So as of now, there's no individual waiting to speak, and we do have one comment/question submitted to the chat box, and this comment reads: "Do we email our application to the clerk of the board at board.supervisors@sf.org?" So, Madam Chair, if I may, I can answer this question.
Yes.
So, for individual who submit this question, you can take advantage of the website shown on the screen now, that you will get all the information associated with this process, including an email address that you can submit your applications to the clerk of the board to start this process. And with that, I think that concludes our public comment section for this item, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ray. All right, so we're going to start to hop into the meat of our meeting with an update from the Office of Cannabis.
Madam Chair, thank you so much. At this point, Yulia, can you please pull up the presentation for this portion of the agenda?
Just one moment, please.
All right. And while Yulia is doing that, I think this is a great time for Director Rodriguez to address the committee. So Director Rodriguez, if this is a good time, feel free.
Thank you so much, Nikesh. Really appreciate it. I'm going to be brief because I know we have a jam-packed agenda, but I just wanted to say several thank yous. I know we're at the end of what has been one heck of a challenging year for everyone, and I just wanted to thank a few folks. You know, many of us are starting to come out of the other side of what felt like super unsurmountable challenges and times. And I know we're not all completely out of the woods, and probably not for another year. But I just want to say thank you to all of you for just being so resilient and supportive. I'm looking forward to this new year and just moving forward and hoping that we're not blindsided by, you know, anything else. Certainly not another global pandemic as we're trying to heal from that and reel from that. I wanted to acknowledge the work of this body. I know that Madam Chair did acknowledge some of those things, and we will later on, but issuing 4 legislative recommendations regarding the cannabis industry and just this year is a big feat. All the work that went into the equity grants for our verified equity applicants and technical assistance providers. Certainly a special thank you to our independent panel of judges from the Planning Department, from DPH, from the San Francisco Unified School District, and our Entertainment Commission. Without their hard work, that work doesn't get done. And so I want to thank you for leaning in there. And then our training on labor regulations and requirements was a very important one this year. Like I said, you'll learn more about some of the other things. And then I also want to thank the leadership of our chair and our vice chair and all the board members, as all of us have had to pivot to an online platform and approach our work through these sort of more unconventional means. Now it feels just like the way work and business is done, but we certainly had to adjust. I want to thank our mayor's office for regularly attending these meetings and leaning in. I want to thank Supervisor Mandelman and Tom Temprano for their continued support, not just of this work here, but of the industry as a whole. And of course, Supervisor Fuhrer for being instrumental in the creation of this body to begin with. And I certainly don't want to forget to thank our City Administrator's Office for their support. City Administrator Kelly and Deputy City Administrator Bukowski have certainly been very supportive of the work that we've done through the OOC and with this body. So thank you so much to them. And I certainly want to thank all the advocates and city government partners for working alongside our office to ensure that earlier in this year, for example, right, that cannabis was deemed essential. I think, as I've said in the past, that that's something that's going to be important for us, especially with advocacy work that is happening then and currently now, reminding everyone why we do this work and why it's so important. And a special thanks to our other government city agencies for continuing to take my call so that we can continue to collaborate now more than ever to get this work done and everyone over the finish line. I want to certainly not forget our law enforcement partners, specifically the San Francisco Police Department, for showing up for us and leaning in during some pretty tough times this summer, the rash of burglaries. I have to say, and I've said it before, you know, coming from a law enforcement background, seeing that many members of our brass leaning in to be supportive has been incredible. I certainly don't want to forget our Chamber of Commerce, President Vong, his entire staff, their continued support from their staff and their members, which are many of you. I want to always thank our medical marijuana advocacy community and for continuing the fight for the rights of patients and indigent folks every day. And I want to thank our equity community for not only continuing to fight the good fight, but thriving. Today, the Office of Cannabis, thank you, Ray, issued its 13th permit. And we are eager to see that this time next year that we've reached parity, specifically in the retail space. So that is a goal, and that is exciting. I want to thank all of our legacy businesses, including retail and the supply chain, and the new businesses coming online that continue to showcase the best of cannabis, the cannabis industry here in San Francisco, to all. I know tourism isn't what it was right now, but it will be, and I'm excited for what we can showcase to the world. And lastly, I want to thank the state for their grants. The timing was a true blessing for all of us and has continued to allow the Office of Cannabis to carry on with the important work that they need to do. And I'm looking forward to getting that money out to all of our equity applicants who are fighting that good fight. So with that, we'll transition back to the agenda, but I just wanted to take a few moments to thank all of you for all your hard work. So thank you so much.
And Madam Chair, may I jump in for a second, please?
Or not me. Yeah.
Committee member Richard, do you have a quick comment?
Yeah, I thank you, Melissa, for everything that you've done. I think we need to thank you as well and your whole team, along with Ray and Nikesh and everybody at the OOC. You guys did a remarkable job on making sure things got pushed through in a timely fashion, not just for individuals like myself, but for everybody that you guys really been putting a hard effort in making things work. And so I think you deserve, and your whole team deserves, some acknowledgement and credit on what you guys have done. And so I think the whole committee will agree with me on that.
Thank you so much, Sean. I really appreciate that. And on behalf of the Office of Cannabis, That one's going into our smile file. Thank you.
Smile file. I love that. I'm gonna put the 13 permits handed out into my smile file too. That's a big deal. I know how much tension and strain has been around getting permits out. So it's amazing that we've been able to move along that much within the last few months, considering that we're facing a lot of challenges in the city. So thank you guys for that. Any other committee members that have comments, questions in regards to the Office of Cannabis report back?
Can I get in the queue, please?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Go for it.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair Parks. I just want to add to your smile file too and say thank you for all the hard work that you do. And I say this knowing that my union, the Teamsters, actually represents a lot of City and County of San Francisco employees. So we are very well aware of the budget challenges that the city is facing. That being said, I really hope that the City and County of San Francisco continues to invest in the Office of Cannabis so that you can continue the work that you're doing, not only helping companies get permits, helping the existing permit holders and businesses in this space, but also, most importantly for us, helping the workers and enforcing against the illicit operators to the betterment of all of us. So thank you.
Thank you so much. We'll continue to fight the good fight. I appreciate it.
Any other committee members before we move to public comment? Just hop in.
And Madam Chair, I would just say that if we still have time, we'd love to give our presentation. We'll run through it really quickly. But before we move to public comment, it'd be great if we could run through some of our slides.
Go for it.
Okay, perfect.
Okay, please, that's what we're here for. Let's go.
Yeah, so as co-chair, I'm going to run right into it. We have a little less time than we had initially anticipated, so accept the speed, and if there are any questions, I'm happy to answer them towards the end. All right. So with that, Yulia, if you could move to the next slide. All right, great. So our agenda for today is Jeremy Schwartz from the Office of Cannabis will provide an update on grants and our application process and work with DBI since the last meeting. After that, I will move into a legislative update section and then end this part of the presentation with a quick overview of our permitting by the numbers. Definitely want to celebrate the fact that we got to 13 today. So with that, Jeremy, feel free to take over.
Thank you, Nikesh. And Yulia, if you wouldn't mind going to the next slide. Perfect. So here we have the cannabis grants update. Recall that there are two components, one bucket for technical assistance offerings in the program areas you see here. Separate and apart from that are direct grants to equity applicant businesses and equity permittees. Echoing Director Rodriguez, big thank you to the department's entertainment, planning, DPH, Department of Public Health, and SFUSD for sacrificing some of their nights and weekends, quite frankly, to score proposals so that we could select awardees to provide these services, which are critical for the industry to start up and operate their businesses. So the Office of Cannabis has engaged some of the awardees to enter into the contracting phase of the process. Once contracts are signed by both the city and county and the technical assistance providers, we will then circulate communications to the industry so folks know how they can leverage those resources. So here we see that we anticipate projects to begin either the end of this year, hopefully, or no later than early next year. Some of the variables certainly include how the back and forth goes with regards to contracts. Next slide, please. So for the direct grants component, To borrow Chair Park's words, this is certainly an all hands on deck effort by both the community, the city, and certainly professional service providers. Here we see that there are 89 unique equity applicants eligible for this program. 18 applicants, those that own 100% of their business and referred to the planning department for the land use entitlement process, are eligible for up to $100,000 in certain buckets of eligible expenses, including rent, regulatory fees, compliance, among others, which are reflected on our website. Then we see here that the rest of the eligible universe, 71 applicants eligible for a shade over $48,000. To date, we have about a third of applicants that have completed their grants application, a tick above what you see here since I was able to create this slide, and perhaps about 15% registered as suppliers to date. The OOC is taking a multi-pronged approach to make sure folks are aware of the steps they need to take. We certainly acknowledge that it can feel tedious at times, but it is certainly an important process to ensure you get the funds you need for your business. Again, we're hopeful for any future efforts that folks will not have to go through the supplier portal again. Certainly laying the foundation here. So for folks that are unsure about what next steps to take, please visit your emailed communications from the OOC. They may be in your inbox, they may be in your junk folder. We're also following up with everyone by phone. Certainly encourage the community to engage with one another if there is some disconnect. Always feel free to get in touch with the Office of Cannabis. We certainly appreciate the principle of over communication. So don't be shy if you're stuck. We want to help you get the money you need for your business. So as far as next steps, we need the rest of the group to fill out their direct grants application, again, available on our website. Register as a bidder through the city's PeopleSoft system, become a supplier. You may register for what's called Paid Mode X, to receive electronic payment as well. And I'll reflect this, the Office of Cannabis will reflect this in more communications to the industry. And lastly, keep your eyes peeled for a sourcing event set to take place December 1 for suppliers to bid on to further facilitate the process. So after one becomes a supplier, you'll bid on this supplier event, and then we'll enter into a grants contract so that you can receive your funds. We're hopeful to start that process in the month of December. Depending on how things go, we'll be able to roll out the first wave of reimbursements either by the end of this year or early next year. If you have questions, please email cannabisgrants@sfgov.org. That's cannabisgrants@sfgov.org, and we're certainly happy to help. Next slide, please. So here we have some updates with our partners from the Department of Building Inspection for folks to better navigate the process. So certainly facts and circumstances dictate what folks need, but certainly we want to acknowledge DBI for giving us an overview of how folks can better interact with the DBI permit tracking system. Before we get in that, a few takeaways. We've been engaged with DBI a number of times. Thank you to Interim Director Patrick O'Riordan for supporting our effort to get cannabis business applicants where they need to go to navigate the process. Some of the takeaways we learned about is to certainly engage your design professionals, whether it's your contractor or architect, for next steps. Oftentimes they will be communicating with the city to get you the permit you need, such as a building permit, and navigating the corresponding stations. Moreover, our partners at the planning department, certainly Michael Christensen, have endeavored to build out a planning guide to cannabis permitting. There's a hyperlink here. It's available online to really walk through the nuances of the permitting process. It's a fantastic guide, and I really encourage folks to take a look at it. And before we get in the DBI permit tracking system, development is certainly the local Proposition H, which passed significantly this past earlier in the month. There, it was a proposition to simplify certain permitting processes for businesses. It's my understanding this may affect retail operators, but not necessarily folks outside of commercial corridors. Check the proposition itself for additional information, but this may inform how DBI will accommodate some applicant activities in the future to streamline that process. Lastly, we're going to go through the publicly available DBI permit tracking system to equip our folks with an understanding of what to look for if they're unsure about next steps they need to take. Yulia, when you're ready, we can select that DBI permit tracking link. I want to acknowledge committee member Jamalian for allowing us to use a site address to show what it looks like for the different stations that interact with your permit. So here we see the DBI permit tracking system. You can look up your project in a number of ways. Here we'll select on site address. And we will also search for documents by site address. So our example here, as Yulia will type in, you can certainly see this below. We'll give her a second to pull it up. But as folks know, there are a number of permits to pull with DBI. An important one is the building permit. Once you are issued, not filed, but issued your building permit, you should generally receive your job card. There's certain nuances depending on site permits and addendums. But once you receive your job card, that unlocks the rest of the Part 2 application from the Office of Cannabis, so you can continue to endeavor through the process. Here we'll pull up the first permit number we see ending in 1160, showing site permit details. Again, this is a public database for anyone. We see that the project sponsor is attempting to establish multiple supply chain activities. Further below, we'll see the different stations one must interact with. We see here the plan checker, descriptions, comments, and what I want to draw folks' attention to is that finish column. If you are trying to pull your building permit, not sure what next step to take, look at this grid, and if you have a site checker, a plan checker without a finish date, generally that'll mean that's where your permit currently is. They may have issued comments, and they'll have that under the whole description. It is those comments that you'll need to address to move on in the process. So if folks are unsure where to start looking, please start using this great public database. Look for the last person that's checking your permit, depending on their station. If there are outstanding questions, that is what you must address. Connect with your design professionals to resolve that comment so you can get your permit. Sometimes there are email addresses, sometimes phone numbers, but this is going to be a great start. Probably my last 4 or 5 phone calls with applicants were unsure what to do next or where their permit is. And by showing them this resource, they had a better idea of what might be holding them up to move next in the process. And some folks don't know, so use this resource. Thank you, Yulia, very kindly. You're certainly free to revisit this recording if you'd like to take a look at this again, but we're very hopeful that this will provide some clarity for applicants about the building permit process of their application. Thank you, Yulia.
And Jeremy, thanks so much for providing everyone with an update on the grants, as well as the many conversations that you and the team have been having with DBI to address some of the concerns that came up during the last meeting. So thanks so much for that. Yulia, if you could move to the next slide, that would be fantastic. Thank you so much. Now, just wanted to provide the committee with an update on a piece of legislation that we provided an update with for the last meeting. At this time, I'd like to invite Tom Temprano, which my understanding many of you have talked to at this point, to provide an update on the temporary suspension of cannabis business tax proposed ordinance.
Sure. Well, thanks so much for having me, and hello, Chair Parks and committee members. It's good to be with you today to present on Supervisor Mandelman's ordinance to suspend the imposition of the cannabis tax for 1 year. Our office looks forward to working with all of you on this and other important legislative efforts impacting the cannabis industry and community here in San Francisco over the coming year. I can, if it's helpful for folks, provide a little bit of background on what the law was and what our legislation did. I know you've had a presentation before, but I'll give you my full spiel. So on November 6, 2018, San Francisco voters approved the Cannabis Business Tax Proposition D, which imposes a tax on gross receipts for cannabis business activities. The tax was set to go into effect on January 1st, 2021 at the following rates. For gross receipts from the retail sale of cannabis or cannabis products, it was 2.5% of gross receipts up to and including $1 million, and 5% of gross receipts over $1 million. And for gross receipts from cannabis business activities other than the retail sale of cannabis or cannabis products, it was a 1% rate of gross receipts up to and including $1 million, and 1.5% of gross receipts over $1 million. Please note that the first $500,000 of gross receipts were exempt from the tax. So the ordinance that Supervisor Mandelman drafted will temporarily suspend the imposition of the cannabis business tax through December 31st, 2021. It also increases the upper range of gross receipts attributable to the city that are subject to that 2.5% and 1% rate, the lower rates, from 1 million to 1.5 million. Additionally, it bumped up by $500,000 the exemption of gross receipts attributable to the city from cannabis business activities from the first $500,000 to the first $1 million. When Prop D was passed in 2018, it was assumed that more retailers would have been in operation by January 2021 than is currently the case. That said, I would like to add myself to the smile file about the Office of Cannabis, increased permitting. We are grateful to all of your work in doing that, and to other city departments who are here for their work in getting these permits processed. However, I do think the expectation was that there would be more businesses open at this time. And as you all know, many businesses had been paying rent and other expenses on storefronts for years while they waited for these permits to be approved. By delaying the imposition of this tax by a year, we will allow some of those businesses who had been incurring those costs to recoup some of those costs before this tax is imposed. In addition, Proposition 64, which legalized adult use cannabis in California, created a 15% excise tax on retail cannabis sales at the state level. The Cannabis State Legislative Analyst's Office has concluded that reducing cannabis tax rates would expand the legal market and reduce the size of the illicit market. In addition, IRS Code 280E disallows the deduction of many ordinary business expenses for cannabis businesses, payroll, marketing, rent, utilities, which also results in a higher federal tax burden than other industries. I think we, and hopefully in working with all of you, can ensure that there will be changes coming at the state and federal level over this coming year that would reduce the tax burden on cannabis businesses and would allow for a local tax to be less impactful on those businesses. That tax relief at the state and federal level would also hopefully allow a local tax to be assessed without the need to increase retail prices and continue to drive the illicit market. So as I mentioned, in addition to suspending the tax, we sort of bumped up all of these thresholds by $500,000. I will note that the shifting of the tax burden upward is similar to what the city is doing for all small businesses as part of bigger tax reform efforts that actually passed at the ballot earlier this month. And it felt right to align our cannabis tax with what we are doing with other industries. And finally, I would also add that the cannabis business tax is a general tax, the revenues from which go to the city's general fund. During the campaign for Proposition D, the author stated that she had intended for the fund to be partially used to support the cannabis industry, including the city's equity program, workforce development efforts, public education campaigns, enforcement, and more. I believe that the author had planned to develop a resolution stating this above intention, but that resolution was never passed. And so by delaying this legislation for a year, the city and this committee in particular, I believe, will now have time to work with the broader community to ensure that once funds from this tax are collected, that they are used as intended to support our city's equity goals and other efforts. So to us, this legislation is the beginning of that conversation, and we look forward to continuing that conversation and supporting all of you in that effort. I am pleased to report that this ordinance passed unanimously on both its first and second reading. So it passed its second reading last night at the Board of Supervisors meeting. It now awaits the mayor's signature and will go into effect 30 days after she signs the ordinance. I do apologize for us not having the opportunity to bring this before you all before that final vote, because the tax was set to go into effect on January 1st, and we had to wait to even schedule it until after we saw the outcomes of several revenue measures on the November ballot. There was sort of a tight scheduling timeline. So I apologize again that we weren't able to meet with you before the second reading of this last night, but I look forward to your feedback. And as I said, to us, this is the beginning of the conversation. And now we have a year to continue that conversation. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions that committee members might have.
Wonderful. Go ahead. Who has a comment? Everybody, okay. Jamalian, Committee Member Jamalian, did you have a comment in regards to the Tom's presentation?
Quick, hi. Thank you, Neil. Thank you, Chair Parks. Tom, thank you for all your support for the cannabis industry and your offices. We really appreciate it. I heard one thing that caught my attention, which mentioned that you guys are looking to pay into the equity program or to have part of that tax be. I'd like to explore any sort of opportunities to include language that if there's a sale of an equity owned business, if there's any way we can work in an equity preservation tax into your proposition, where part of a full ownership sale would then finance, some of the, I think the Office of Cannabis had an Office of Cannabis Community Development Fund, which was dedicated to equity. I'd really like to work with your office on making sure that that's in the new draft.
And muted there. That sounds like a great proposition. We'd be happy to work with you on that.
I definitely second that. The Office of Cannabis Community Redevelopment Fund was supposed to have funds identified in 2018. So if we can get ourselves up to date and actually start to execute on the intention of some of the structures that were put into place, that would be wonderful. One of the intentions of that fund when we were discussing the initial ordinance was that potentially community members that wanted to also apply for other businesses that weren't cannabis related, but would help to address generational wealth gaps or just around vitality of communities that have been harmed by the war on drugs, hoping to make those funds available to them. I'm hearing, who else is that Committee Member Richards? Do you have some? Oh, I thought I heard somebody unmute themselves. All right. Any other conversation from the committee before we open up to public comment?
I heard my name mentioned.
Yeah, I was wondering if you had any comments. It sounded like your phone had unmuted it, and you had a comment on Tom's presentation about the cannabis tax.
It probably did unmute. I'm on the road coming from so I apologize.
Gotcha. All right. So,
Madam Chair, sorry to interrupt. Before we move to public comment, there's still one more update and one final piece of the presentation that I promise I will be quick going through, but it is important that we get to it. So
please do.
Okay.
Yes.
So with that, Tom, thanks so much for taking the time to be here, for your continued investment in the work of the Office of Cannabis, and really taking on the mantle in terms of some of the issues that are really important to the cannabis industry. So we thank you for all the time that you've put in over the last couple of weeks, and definitely for coming back today and giving us such a rich update. So thanks so much. And Julia, with that, if you could move to the next slide. Thanks so much, Julia. Julia, if you could go back one slide. Great, thanks so much. So one of the other items that recently came up before the Board of Supervisors and took a sort of untraditional path is the ordinance that proposes no smoking in multi-unit housing complexes. As Chair Parks mentioned earlier today, there is a separate agenda item dedicated to this particular proposed ordinance, so there will be more opportunity to talk about it. But in an effort to provide an update and to sort of create a level field of what this does, wanted to run through right now what the proposed legislation does. The primary piece here is that it extends the smoking prohibition to all private dwelling units in multi-unit housing units containing 3 or more units and all common areas. Now, it's important to remember or to note that this is an expansion of a previous regulation that prohibited smoking in enclosed and unenclosed common areas. This now extends to private dwelling units within a multi-unit housing complex that contains 3 or more units, as well as the common area. Some of the other items that it also addresses are it removes the exception for childcare facilities and private homes. It requires that the Department of Public Health initiate an administrative penalty by a service of notice of violation versus a citation. It also eliminates the ability of a property owner or property manager to pursue injunctive relief for those who are accused or alleged to be in violation. And it extends the smoking distance from 10 feet to 15 feet away from a door or window in an outdoor common area. Now, this is important specifically for the purpose of this conversation, is that it also permits smoking for medical cannabis patients who possess a physician's recommendation to smoke medical cannabis for medical purposes. This is a sort of confined exception. As the language suggests here, it is for medical cannabis patients who are using medical cannabis for medical purposes. So I'm sure this will be a topic of conversation a little bit later, but just want to emphasize that that is a feature of the legislation. And in terms of the status, I just want to go back to something I said a little bit earlier. The pathway that a piece of legislation typically takes as it's going through the Board of Supervisors is it's introduced, there's a 30-day period. During that 30-day period, there can be comments that are taken, but those 30 days have to lapse before the item can be assigned to a committee. What's unconventional about this legislation is that after it was introduced, that 30-day rule was waived, and it was assigned to the Public Safety and Neighborhood Services Committee on 11/12, so a very short period after it was introduced. And we suspect that the full board hearing will likely occur in early December. Of course, we'll be monitoring this now that we understand that the 30-day rule was waived. But it's important to keep in mind that it will likely the next hearing will likely be on the 1st. All right, with that, Yulia, if you could move on to the final slide. And as a last part of our update, we wanted to provide a check-in about where we are by the numbers. As Director Rodriguez mentioned earlier, this morning was fantastic because we were able to issue our 13th permit. So we are now at 13 equity permanent permits. In terms of the number of applicants who are waiting for Part 1 processing, that number is at 2. And in terms of the number of applicants who are referred to planning at this point, that's at 121. That's a number that we're really proud of because it speaks to the flow that will continue through the process. Another measure that speaks to the flow of businesses that are more likely to be permitted in the future than not is the number of businesses that are in the build-out phase. So many of us are familiar with what this means, but right now that number is at 21. So going back to the comment that Director Rodriguez made about parity within the industry, if we look at where we were at the beginning when this committee convened back in January, or late December, and one of our first meetings was in early January, we were proud to announce that we had issued our first permit. Within the course of a year, we're at 13 right now. There's 21 in the build-out phase. And if we move at the pace that we've moved at this year, then we would be looking at parity with the existing industry, which is phenomenal and something we're very proud of and look forward to keep moving forward with your support. So thanks so much. And then finally, the last number that's also very important to us is the number of applicants that we've continued to verify as equity applicants, and that number is now at 353. So with that, I'm happy to open it up to questions, but I know that we're a little bit behind time, so I do apologize for rushing through that, but happy to take questions now.
I have a really quick question. How many equity cultivation applications do we have in San Francisco? Straight equity applicants for cultivation.
Committee member Jamalian, that is a good question. Let me take a look. I want to make sure I'm giving you the precise number there. So I'll take a look and we'll circle back.
Thank you so much.
First off, I wanted to say thank you to Director Rodriguez, Nikesh, Jeremy, Yulia, Tom Tompriano, and Mandelman's office for this great update. Very thorough. The information about DBI and the new mechanism for some accountability, as well as understanding where people are at in their process, will definitely help sort out some confusions and move us forward. And I'm proud to say that I know that new tool came out of our conversation, so it's good to see things move along and that our work is actually being taken and implemented by city departments. So I just want to acknowledge that progress and say thank you to you all for your hard work. Do we have any other conversation from our esteemed committee? Yes, committee member Pan.
So I'm just assuming we're going to talk about the smoking thing a little bit later on. All right, I don't have anything else to say.
Cool. Yeah, that's gonna be a big one too. Okay, so to the members of our community that are here, if you would like to make comment on the presentation given by the Office of Cannabis, please press *3 to put yourself in the queue, or put your comment in the chat box, or you can also raise your hand using the online mechanism as well.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Let me take a look of the attendee list now. Madam Chair, as of now, there's no individual waiting in the queue to speak. And let me check the chat box. We do receive one comment, written comment submitted in the chat box, and that comment reads, "Bravo."
Thank you. We're taking that, putting all of these into the smile file. That's the new one. Okay. Seeing no more public comment, this item is closed, and we will be moving on to our next presentation from the from the Planning Department for updates of how we've moved so many of our applications over from the Office of Cannabis, and now you're seeing an influx of people waiting in their line. We would like to find out what is the process, how are things going, and any other information. So Michael Christensen, the floor is yours.
Hi, Chair Parks and Commissioners, committee members, apologies. Michael Christensen with the Planning Department staff. Today I'm just going to do an overview of where we're at in terms of our permitting, some issues that we've seen, basic general overview. So just to start, I wanted to just stress what the planning department's role in permitting is. We have this very flowery mission statement that's basically saying that we want the city to be a beautiful, affordable, thriving place for all residents. At the end of the day, our role for these cannabis permits is in a couple different areas. First, when you first submit an application to the Office of Cannabis, I will go into their system and pre-screen it. So some of our applicants have likely gotten a call from me after just a week or so of submitting an application saying, hey, your site doesn't work, you're too close to a school, you're not zoned for that, any issues like that. We don't want you to wait 8 months to get that information. We want you to get it fairly quickly. So you do get that pre-screening. We also try to identify any major issues that you should be aware of, like if your site is in a historic building, or if there's any other uses that don't really disqualify your site, but are probably something that the Planning Commission might be concerned about, like if you're directly across the street from a childcare center or some other sensitive use. The second main issue where most of our applicants will see us is in our review of conditional use authorizations. So certain neighborhoods require an entitlement from the Planning Commission called a conditional use authorization. It's a fully separate process that you do before you apply for a building permit. So it doesn't replace the need to get to a building permit. It's just something that you have to do before we can approve a building permit for your use. Conditional use authorizations are heard typically at City Hall, now over the same system, WebEx, through a virtual meeting. We provide notification to every property owner within 300 feet and any resident or shops within 150 feet. And the public has a general opportunity to comment on the project, and the Planning Commission can approve, deny, or modify the project as part of their approval. All of these projects eventually will need a building permit. If you don't need a conditional use and you're in that green zone, then you just go straight to a building permit. But we still will review for the same things. You have to be compliant with the planning code, and you have to fulfill any process requirements like going through a neighborhood notification period. And finally, before we approve a permit, we have to assess impact fees on permits. This is where we're most hated, but it's unfortunately part of the job. This mainly comes up when you are constructing a new building or if you're converting a site from a lower intensity use to a higher intensity use. So the main one is if you're taking an industrial building that's been used as a warehouse and has had a couple of employees and you're turning it into a retail location that is generating a lot more traffic. The planning code requires that you pay certain fees to support muni service as part of increasing that demand. This is not typical for most projects. It mainly comes up in industrial districts. So I don't like putting this much text on a slide, but I wanted to just kind of stress what makes the planning department really different than other agencies. And the key thing is we have discretion over. If you go to most agencies like DBI, you submit a permit, and if it meets the building code, you get your permit. It likely will have comments because there's often things that need to be corrected. But at the end of the day, it's if you check off all these boxes, you get your permit. The planning department is unique in that we have discretion over permits. So you can apply for a project that fully meets our code, fully meets the letter of the law. But when the Planning Commission reviews it, if there's a unique circumstance with the property or intended use, we do have the ability to deny the permit or modify it. We have yet to deny any cannabis retail use that has come before the Planning Commission, which I'm very proud of. We have had a few that very early on in the process, we've identified some issues and have ended up changing location, but we have not had any denied. What is more common is for a business plan or some aspect of the business to be modified. A typical one is hours of operation. If you're coming into a very quiet street where all the bit shops close by 8 p.m., it's possible that the Planning Commission might implement an hours of operation limit on your business so that you can't stay open far later than other businesses. This often also comes up with consumption, which I am going to discuss a little later. But at the end of the day, when you go to these hearings, the Planning Commission does have full discretion over these permits, which means that we have to undergo CEQA review as part of that as well. So a general overview of where we're at in terms of our referrals. We have received 121 licensing applications referred to us from the Office of Cannabis. Of those, we received 62 land use entitlement applications. So that's either somebody submitting a conditional use authorization application or a building permit for their use, depending on which is required in their district. And this is where I would really stress is a key issue facing the city is what has happened to the other 59 or so? Where are they? And that's something that the Office of Cannabis is, I know, very diligently trying to figure out and identify those roadblocks. You know, if you're allowed to apply to the city's, to the planning department or DBI, what is stopping you? Because about half of our applications have hit some type of roadblock. Often it comes down to it's hard to get an architect to draw your plans, or it's hard to get an application into the Department of Building Inspection, which I will also get into later. Of those 62, we have completed our review on 50, meaning that we've entitled the application, it's been sent over to DBI, and there's a few that also have been withdrawn because they've changed location, but a not significant number. In terms of where we're at in our current processing queue, we have 12 applications currently under review, 4 of which are already scheduled for hearing, 2 of which have some issues that we're still working out, and 6 of which are backlogged for approval. So in a following slide, I'll get into some of our issues that we're facing, but a key one is just not having staff. We do have a limit on how many we can carry. But here's that roadblock to success that I was referencing.
Hold on one second. Cut out for like 2 sentences. Can you take it back like 3 sentences?
Sure. So can you hear me clearly now? Okay. For this slide, I was just kind of discussing our current processing queue. We have 12 applications in review right now, 4 of which are scheduled for a city planning commission hearing, 2 of which we have some issues that we're working out, and 6 of which are backlogged for approval. We can take them to a hearing, we just don't have the staff to do it right now, which is an issue that So roadblocks to success, both for applicants and for the planning department. Application intake. All of these projects, at the end of the day, are going to require a building permit. If you need conditional use authorization, that's just something you need in order to get a building permit, but it doesn't replace it. Everybody's eventually going to need to go to DBI and pull a building. DBI has been severely constrained due to the pandemic. Significant portion of their staff working as disaster service workers, as are ours. But also for most of this year, we've had a capacity limit for our permit center where we can only have 8 or 10 people in there at any given time, which is very difficult for a city of this size. That's not a realistic way to operate. DBI was trying to implement electronic plan review earlier this year, but had some issues with that. Unfortunately, and I don't want to fully rag on DBI. I think that their staff is trying really hard, but they have a lot of difficult situations that they're working through. But at the end of the day, even if you're referred to planning, you're eventually going to need to go to DBI. And if you can't get an application into them, you don't have anything that we can see. So that is a very big issue. Overconcentration is increasingly becoming an issue in certain neighborhoods, including the Mission and south of Market. It's not something that we have a good answer for at this time, but when you look at our map of cannabis retail uses, even before we implemented adult use, they were all pretty much in those neighborhoods, and it's increasingly concentrating in those neighborhoods. So It is something that the Planning Commission has been very aware of, and we are very much in support and desiring to spread these uses equally throughout the city, including on the west side and other neighborhoods who have not historically had these uses. We do recognize that those neighborhoods often are not as happy to see these applications come in and may not be quite as supportive. But it is a city priority and it is something that we want to see. So our commission and our department are supportive of those applications. Consumption spaces also have been difficult and will be increasingly important if the legislation that we've all been talking about becomes law. The city has very rigid and detailed regulations for consumption spaces. These are not really a new thing. But unfortunately, it has been difficult to get them through our planning commission. We have some commissioners who are concerned mainly for residents who live above these spaces or for office users above these spaces on what happens if all of these wonderful regulations that we have to limit smoke exposure fail. What happens if that smoke somehow gets out and goes into residential units above? So we have been very diligently stressing to our planning commission that we do have significant regulations for these uses and significant enforcement measures if these filtration systems fail. But it is a reality that it has been difficult. And so we are continually looking to build support for these spaces, not only as a practical issue, but as an equity issue. And a main concern and why things are frankly slowing down recently is a lack of staff. And this is not just an issue for the planning department, it's an issue citywide. If we haven't heard, we have a budget shortfall. And the planning department is facing 20 to 30% cuts in our general fund support. We have been able to address that through freezing hiring and not, if somebody leaves, their position stays vacant. But at this point, we're getting close to about 25% of our seats being vacant, which is starting to have some real practical impacts on processing. More specific to the cannabis industry, you know, I've been here this whole time and we've been trying to get another person to be backup. But it seems that every time I get a helper, they get promoted off to some great position and then I'm left back to myself. So it is something that we are still addressing, but lack of staff is going to be an issue in the coming years. Some resources that are very helpful for all of our businesses, and Jeremy had mentioned, our guide to cannabis permitting. We are going to do another update because some of the process for filing a building permit has changed. There aren't any really major changes though, so it is still a very good resource. And I do really recommend that people look at this before pursuing any project. It talks about security, it talks about storefront transparency, it talks about overall permit processes. Most significantly, it talks about what are you actually doing under the planning code, because what we name a business for the state license, for our local licenses, and for your local land use are slightly different. They are different in a way that we're attempting to make this easier for you. We're attempting to say if you're a business-to-business distributor doing wholesale sales, then it's just wholesale sales. We're not going to treat wholesale sales of cannabis any different than we are treating wholesale sales of pencils, flowers, food, any other uses, because we don't consider that use different enough to really warrant putting you through more process. So it is good intention, but you know, our terminologies are a little different because of that. And so we want to make sure that we're all on the same page. Next on the top right is our cannabis retail map for storefronts only. We do often get inquiries from people pursuing non-storefront uses and they'll say, oh, I'm in the green zone or I'm in the purple zone. So I really want to stress that this map is only for cannabis storefronts. It shows you what the permit requirement is for opening a storefront and also has layers for things like schools or other retailers. So you can see if a site is actually viable. When you do use those layers, if any portion of the bubble touches your property, then you're not an eligible site. we do get a lot of questions from people where they'll say, you know, I have this location. It looks like a little portion of the backyard of the site is within 600 feet of a school, but the actual store is not. And unfortunately, we measure parcel to parcel. So if you see the bubble around a school touch your property at all, it's not eligible, and we don't have any way to get around that. It's just a no. Towards the bottom left, I have a link for Symbiom, which you can use for non-storefront uses. It also uses plain language, and so if you search something like cannabis, it will come up with all the different land uses that you could be. But we do recommend using the same terminology. And this is a good tool for checking where you can do those other businesses. So especially if you're a distributor or you want to do light manufacturing, we would recommend using this site. This is the correct information. And then finally, the guidelines for storefront transparency. I apparently forgot to add a link and copy the prior slide, but the guidelines for storefront transparency I'll update before we publish this. And the main thing that we want to stress is when you open a retail location in the city, it does need to be visually open to the street. We do have a lot of other cities that have pushed for these uses to frankly look like fortresses with tinted windows and bars, and you know, you can't see anything that's going on inside the space. And that doesn't really legitimize the industry. It doesn't really create a good street environment, and it treats cannabis as something that is criminal and hidden, and that's not the city's priority. We do recognize that there are some state laws that limit the visibility of products, and you do want to secure your spaces, and we do have sections in the Guide to Cannabis Permitting that talk about how you can still do that. But we do want these stores to really be part of the neighborhood and part of our community and very active and present. So this was my final slide, which is my contact information and our primary email for cannabis inquiries, which is cpc.cannabis@sfgov.org. Before I complete though, I did want to address Proposition H, since that was brought up in our prior conversation. So Proposition H was recently passed by the voters of San Francisco and does relax some restrictions in neighborhood commercial districts for certain types of businesses. Unfortunately, the entire cannabis industry was not included in this ordinance. So it doesn't actually change any of your permit requirements as you go through planning. However, it does change, it will significantly change our workload. Frankly, a lot of our staff is working on a lot of random projects that really just shouldn't go through this much process. If you want to open a coffee shop on Terraval, currently it's going to take you 8 to 9 months. This ordinance, this legislation will change that into either over the counter for planning and then within 30 days for building. So it does reduce some of our administrative burden and allow us to concentrate on the applications that we want to concentrate on, such as housing and the cannabis industry. But unfortunately, it won't change the process for cannabis. We would really recommend that the Office of Cannabis and all of our community partners continue to work with the Department of Building Inspection to ensure that these applications are still prioritized. Even if it doesn't change the math as you're going through the planning department process, when it lands over at the building department, they can still treat it the same way. So we do want to encourage that conversation to continue. This concludes my presentation, but I'm available for any questions.
Thank you so much. Oh.
Hi, sorry. I just wanted to do a quick time check for everyone that we're about 15 minutes behind, just to keep in mind as we get into further discussion and public comment.
Thank you for that, Committee Member Cry. Mr. Christensen, can I please just first say thank you so much for this very thorough presentation, as well as all the time that you put into making it very visually easy to digest, because it is a lot of hefty information. You've been a great ally since the very beginning, and have always made yourself very available to us to ask questions. And so I know that if we don't get to everybody's questions right now, that you will be available to get us like off of this meeting time. So thank you so much. Committee members, do we have any questions or comments for, yes, committee member Jamalian?
Yeah, I think, yeah, thank you, Michael. I mean, amazing. Thank you for that presentation. It really does clarify a lot. I do think one of the main things that's preventing a lot of equity applicants is exactly this bottleneck. And can you kind of just give me a quick, how many of these are like PDR zoned and the burden of having them to go through planning wasn't even intended by planning? Because from what I understand, the original language that planning had suggested pre-2018 actually exempted a lot of uses in PDR zones or made them generally permissible. Isn't that correct?
That is correct. And still to stay in PDR zones, most of our non-storefront uses are still permitted and can be approved over the counter. The one that is different is cannabis cultivation. When the department first prepared a recommended ordinance, cannabis cultivation was a permitted use in industrial districts, including PDR, and that was amended at the Board of Supervisors to require a conditional use authorization. So currently, we only have a couple. We did have a lot that were coming in where temporary operators were legalizing early on in this process, but that has cut down quite a bit. I believe that might have something to do with the fact that our industrial vacancy is very, very low. So it is hard to find a large space in this city for that type of use.
Right, but the couple that you have, I assume, are equity. So, and we're assumed. I just wanted to know, that was basically my question. But so you originally did recommend that to be generally permissible. That was actually my main question. Thank you for answering that. That's all.
Right. Any other questions or comments? Okay, I'm gonna now open up the floor to public comment. Anybody that is in the call that wants to make public comment, please do dial in. The number again is 1-415-655-0001. The access code is 146-067-7473. Once you get there, please press *3, and then you'll be entered into the queue. Again, that's *3 for anybody that's already on the phone, and we will get your comment included.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm looking at the attendee list right now. As of now, there's no individual waiting to speak, and I'm going to move on to the chat box. Looks like we do not have any written comments submitted to the chat box as well.
All right. I'm hoping that means that we're doing well as far as providing enough information where nobody feels that there are things that are left out. So we're trying our best to cover all the bases. Thank you again to Michael Christensen and City Planning for that. All right. Cool. Yeah, now we got what we came here to do finally, which is discuss our policy recommendations that we will be making to the Board of Supervisors after we've had this whole year to discuss and to see where we are landing. Just kind of give you guys some prompts and everything. What we had previously covered in the March 2nd meeting was about implementation of a robust compassion program. I know that there was a lot of concerns from community members about compassion getting lost. Yeah. Kesh.
Oh, thank you, Madam Chair. Just if it may be helpful, we have a series of slides that recap that March 2nd meeting, so I can run through it very quickly if that would be helpful.
That would be super helpful if you have some visual aid for us. Yes.
Okay.
And I also, on that note too, for note taking, I also have the recommendations up in a charting document that we can, Nikesh, after you present, Nina, if you want me to take notes and chart the discussion, I'm ready to do that as well.
That'd be great.
Madam Chair, this is Ray Law from the Office of Cannabis. Sounds like we have a lot of great information that we can share. So for the next item, who is going to show the slide so I can make?
Okay, so we will start.
present.
We will start with Nikesh so that he can run us through what was talked about on March 2nd, and then when discussion starts, we will pass it over to David so that he can have a live report back so people can see where we are at in our discussion.
Thank you very much. Nikesh, you are the presenter now.
And actually, Ray, if you could pass the presenting ball back to Yulia, she will queue up the presentation.
All right, Julia, you are the presenter now.
While Ray is doing that, I see that Committee Member Stout's hand is raised if you wanted to take that first.
Yes.
No, let's go to the presentation first, and if you could come back to me after that, that'd be great. Thank you.
All right, excellent. So with that, I will go through the portion, well, the presentation that we put together. I'll be relatively quick, and what we'll do is we will keep one of the slides that has kept a tally of the different policy conversations that we've had over the course of the year up at the end of the presentation. So with that being said, Yulia, if you could move on to the next slide, that'd be great. Thank you so much. So as Director Rodriguez has mentioned a handful of times, I think before we begin the conversation around policy and legislative recommendations, it's just important to emphasize that the OOC will continue to provide updates on legislative matters, but the OOC is ultimately a neutral regulatory body and cannot and does not make laws. To create laws, as Committee Chair Parks has already mentioned, it's a process through the Board of Supervisors, the Mayor's Office, through more traditional legislative channels. So with that being said, we'll move into a recap of the March 2nd meeting. Yulia, thank you so much. As has been mentioned, 4 recommendations came out of that meeting, and these were legislative recommendations. Yulia, if you could move to the next slide. All right, those recommendations, we'll spell them out in a moment, but to give an overview, they fell into these 4 categories. And from these 4 categories, there were assignments that were created within the committee to pursue further action. This, of course, was before COVID-19. So understandably, the legislative process and even the next steps taken by this committee have and were derailed. But these were the assignments and the sort of recommendations that were contemplated at that time. The first dealt with a robust compassion program. The second was to process pre-existing MCDs. The third was with respect to an S-type licensing program. And the last item was with respect to tax rate considerations for E280. So with that being said, we'll jump into those very quickly. Yulia, if you could move to the next slide. All right, and just as a request, if anyone has their mic unmuted right now, will you please mute it? I'm just hearing a little bit of interference. All right, great. So the questions that are before the committee today with respect to the recommendations that have already been made fall into these 2 categories, and we'll pull these up at the end as well. The first is, are the recommendations that the committee previously made on the 2nd of March still the committee's priorities given the change in circumstances as a result of COVID-19? And then the next question are there additional strategies for engaging supervisors and or other key stakeholders that would enhance the committee's impact? Those are the 2 primary talking points, and we'll bring those up in a moment as well. Yulia, if you could go to the next slide. Here was the first recommendation in full that came from the March 2nd meeting to implement the implementation of robust compassion programs, including measures for public consumption and the provision of free medical cannabis cards for low-income residents. Okay. Yulia, next slide, please. The second was that the Department of Public Health process pre-existing 37 MCDs in return for a percentage of shelf space had. The third recommendation is to create a local permitting pathway for shared manufacturing that enables manufacturing cannabis businesses, including those that are currently temporarily permitted, to be permanently permitted and share their facilities with permitted equity applicants. In the relevant part, this recommendation requires creating a mechanism to now begin processing and permanently permitting cannabis businesses with temporary manufacturing permits, which is not currently possible. And the final recommendation was with respect to certain tax rates within Prop D parameters with considerations for E280, Federal Tax Code 280. All right. Here's the list that I mentioned at the beginning of the presentation. These are a series of ongoing topics that have come up over the course of the year. In the interest of time, I won't read through all of these. As you'll see, some of these reflect recommendations that actually came out of the March 2nd meeting. Others were items that were reserved for conversations just like this. So we'll bring this slide back up in a moment, but it is here and happy to come back to it a bit. Yulia, if you can move to the next slide. There you go, thank you. These were the two questions that we had posed earlier in the presentation. Are these recommendations still the committee's priorities, given the change of circumstances because of COVID-19? And are there additional strategies for engaging supervisors? So with that, I will turn it back to you, Madam Chair. And Yulia, if you could just move it back to the previous slide so the committee can view this, that'd be great. Thanks so much.
All right. So for the committee members, with the previously discussed items, I just want to put it out there for you guys. Are these still relevant? Are there things that should be omitted? Are there things that should be added? Where are we at on this list? Yes, Sarah.
So the free medical cards for low-income patients, I think, is incredibly important because we have a lot of people in distress. Unfortunately, because of COVID, DPH's resources have been limited. I started my compassion program in October, and we have people who are not able to access to.
Sorry, could everybody mute their mics? We're having trouble hearing Sarah.
Thank you. We currently can't get state cards. The process is delayed because of COVID, and there have been extensions to the expiration of the card. So I believe that is something that we really need to address. In addition to that, work has still been being done on the compassion programs. I'm working with stakeholders in Northern and Southern California to create SOPs and best practices so that we can encourage operators and people throughout the supply chain to partake in compassion programs and encourage them to, with more of a plug and play sort of mode of doing it, where we make sure that everything's in compliance, because one of the biggest factors with compassion programs is that people are a little nervous about what they can and can't do, and everyone's afraid of metric. So I'm working with distributors, people who are creating product, working with activists, and we are compiling together some SOPs, which in the new year, I would love to be able to have a panel so that we can have greater discussion about this, and if we can roll this out on a local and a state level. There's my piece.
Thank you, Committee Member Penn. Yes, Committee Member Stout.
Thanks, Chair Parks. I was looking at the list that Nikesh was showing us and responding to this question of, are these still our priorities? I think that the last one on the list about tax considerations, I saw there's a typo there, it should say 280E. So that one is actually going to be a lower priority for the immediate future because of, as Mr. Temprano presented, we do have some tax release here at the local level for the coming year. So I would bump that down to number 5, and I would add a new number 4. We just heard from Mr. Christensen's presentation that we still have the problem that in PDR zones, you have to get a conditional use permit for cultivation. And I, for one, really miss the day that there was more cannabis grown locally here in San Francisco. And I think it's just such a shame that in the past 3 years, we've had this change that you can't grow cannabis as easily in San Francisco because it's not principally permitted as the planning department intended. Rather, it requires a conditional use permit. So I'd like to just try to return the planning code to what planning intended when that ordinance was under consideration. Back in October 2017, when Supervisor Shi originally authored it, the idea was that cultivation would be principally permitted in the PDR zones of San Francisco. So I'd like to offer a motion to add a new fourth priority there that we would recommend to the Board of Supervisors to change Planning Code Section 210.3 to have the PDR zone's industrial agriculture use go from C, conditional use permit, to P, principally permitted.
Is that a motion on the floor? I second that motion.
Is before that goes to a motion, just Chair Parks, just a point of process. If there needs to be any discussion amongst the committee members before it goes to a vote.
Yes. And Madam Chair, I would just add that it would need to be put to public comment as well if that hasn't already happened.
Okay, so what I suggest for this process is that we start, we'll have this list up so that we can continue to have the conversation. David, if you can keep running the notes for right now as we have the discussion, and then we will open up the floor for public comment and put the notes up so the public can go ahead and have a key for what we are now, what we are going to eventually make motions for, and then we'll go into making the motions and taking the vote on our recommendations at the end of this agenda item. Is that clear to everybody as far as process goes? Can I get a thumbs up? Cool.
And Chair Parks, just before we move on, I want to ensure that I captured the recommendation correctly.
Okay.
Committee Member Stout, would you mind just repeating? You said that the recommendation of BOS would be to change the planning code to have, and you continued with the agricultural use change from C conditional to P principally permitted.
The seconded motion is that we recommend the Board of Supervisors amend Planning Code Section 210.3 to change the PDR zone's industrial agriculture use from C to P.
Got it.
I definitely think that this is an important piece. I don't know if Nikesh was able to pull up the numbers on how many equity cultivations there are, but I know that if we're looking for parity, and if we want to have a really a robust and well thought out equity program, is that we look for parity on all license types for equity in order for us to really do this program right. We can't just have parity on one end and then have no equity cultivation and equity manufacturers moving forward, and only general uses are even sold in equity stores. It doesn't seem like the proper ecosystem that we are trying to create. So Nikesh, do you happen to were you able to pull that up, or is that something that we can get emailed out to us as a follow-up as far as how many equity applications are on all the other license types besides retail?
Madam Chair, thanks for the question. We are working on it. It's a little bit more of an involved process. So if we can get that information before the end of today's meeting, we'll provide it. If not, then we'll make it available through other means.
Very good.
Yeah, and to your point, Nina, really well said. Thank you. Thank you for bringing the part that's not visible up. Yeah, appreciate it.
Oh, no doubt. Yes, that's what we're here for as the equity seats. So we got to make sure that we have representation. Other committee members, as far as priority, do you all have questions about things like S-type licensing? I know, yes. Committee member Fogley.
Fogley out there.
Fogley out. Sorry, so sorry.
That's okay. I'm used to it. So I think that we should keep job creation as some of our priorities. Cannabis is essential. We know through this pandemic, there are many people that are unemployed, and doing job development, job creation, workforce development, I think should remain a priority.
I'd just like to second Sister Foglio's sentiments. Thank you.
Thank you. Other committee members, before we open up public comment and then continue the discussion as far as like hard setting our recommendations. So from my understanding right now, just to kind of reiterate some things back to folks. So it's medical cards because they have not been made available since the pandemic as far as having that service available. I also know that the amendments to the inhalation ban, the current amendments say that it may exclude medical cannabis patients, but if there are no cards being issued, there are some issues in that. So just kind of flagging again the importance and the timeliness of that item. And then looking for parity across license types. So figuring out one, like an amendment to the legislation that committee member Stout brought up and changing the, from like going from C to P, right, on that one, which was like conditional to principal use for cultivation. And then also the S-type licensing that would allow for, I think right, what we were talking about in regards to S-type licensing, if you guys aren't familiar, it's the shared use license that's available at the state level. The conversation around this piece would be whether or not we can make recommendations in regards to priority processing for equity applicants that were, one, going to rent space or become a shared, like part of a shared use license for a temporary permit holder. So that temporary permit holder, if they have like 4 to 5 applicants, we haven't decided on that, that's part of this discussion, that they could potentially be bumped up for processing because we would have more licensees getting through the door. If our goal is to see people get up into production and into the market, then that's something that is an option, as well as for regular equity applicants that want to apply as a shared use space with multiple equity applicants. If we can get some amendments as far as processing, if multiple equity applicants want to get through the door together, is there a way that we can amend the processing language that it currently is in Article 16 of the legislation? I know that Eugene and I had talked about it last week, so he can, if he's around or anybody from the office, the cannabis is around, you could tell me whether or not that was accurate of what we were like in regards to S-type licensing, just so that the committee members have more information.
Yeah, Madam Chair, this is Eugene Hillsman, Deputy Director, Office of Cannabis. That's correct. So having conversations about kind of creating additional opportunities for both temporary permittees and also equity applicants who wanted to take advantage of priority processing and essentially moving them kind of earlier up in the priority processing queue. I think we talked a little bit about some of the preliminary conversations we had about making amendments to priority processing. And this is a place in which the mayor's office has had significant interest, but also thinking about sole proprietors who would be in that first tier, and then thinking about what opportunities would be available for shared manufacturers, including both current temporary permit holders and equity applicants who are interested in the opportunity.
Nina, you're muted.
My bad. So thank you so much for that, Eugene. It's good to hear that the mayor's office has interest in this in regards to, one, preserving aid and also priority for sole proprietors so that they don't get pushed off, as well as making some incentives for people that want to participate in a more community-based or collective economy model in regards to their business versus steering the ship alone. So thank you for that. And I think that that should actually be bumped up there, you know, but would fall under getting, I guess it's like medical cards and then being able to get parity of licenses across industry, since we see that we're probably going to reach that. It looks like with storefronts, according to the Office of Cannabis report, but we may be falling short as a city in regards to having equity represented in all the other license types across board. So ensuring that that's a priority as well. And then under that was in regards to continuing the tax conversation. Something I just wanted to flag on the tax conversation is that the city of Oakland for equity applicants made equity applicants, the gross receipts tax for equity applicants 0.12% for a time period. So something that maybe that we can consider in continuing the conversation forward is that there might be some revisions for equity applicants to be able to not only, not only for us to suspend the tax, but maybe when it rolls out that we can see a tiered tax, like gross receipts tax, having equity applicants have a carve out for themselves as well. Questions, comments, continued conversation on anything that was said? Yes, Committee Member Flynn.
I just wanted to put my 2 cents in around the conversation around parity, especially among non-retail license types. I appreciate Committee Member Stout for bringing that up. To lend a little bit of color, when this conversation was initially being had in 2017, and Supervisor Sheehy was putting this legislation forward, it was a couple of neighborhood groups, primarily SF Made and 1 or 2 other ones, and through the Office of Economic and Workforce Development, they actually put forward that they were concerned about losing PDR jobs to cannabis cultivation. And I think at the time, there were a lot of unlicensed cannabis cultivation in PDR zones, and they were able to pay significantly more in rent because they weren't taxed and they weren't regulated. And so there was this idea that cannabis businesses could afford to pay higher rent, and therefore them being in those areas, if they were allowed to just be principally permitted, then they would push out these other potential PDR businesses. And I think that now that we look after 2 years of how this licensing is unfolded, it's very clear that in fact licensed cannabis is not pushing out those other industries, and in fact can't really afford to pay any more than the standard square footage rate that that PDR space goes for now. And so I'm just hoping that maybe OEWD might be willing to refresh that discussion as we enter into the new year, and see if that's still the sentiment from some of the other groups that they work with. And perhaps now a lot of the concerns that caused that legislation to come into place in the first place are no longer an issue, and maybe changing that so that we can have more parity and bring more equity cultivation online faster can be something that everybody wants and we can move towards.
Thank you, Committee Member Flynn, for those additions. Committee Member Jamalian.
I think to your point, Chair Parks, I think if we can get the Office of Cannabis to maybe just explain to me what is it that we need to amend in Article 16 to allow the use of shared kitchens? Because I mean, I've dealt with Article 16 2 years ago where it's kind of difficult. They're all very specific. So I think it would be good for when we make a recommendation to be very clear what is the exact part of Article 16 that needs to be changed. Because I think the shared kitchen is detrimental to our success of the equity program.
Thank you. Who is best to answer?
Sure.
Thank you.
Eugene Hilsman, Deputy Director, Office of Cannabis. Based on my understanding of the regulations, we don't necessarily need to make amendments to the legislation in order to allow for kind of manufacturing. It's similar and analogous to how you could apply for a state license for micro business. and then apply for local permit types with the city and county of San Francisco. The challenge is we needed to move them up in the processing queue in order to allow people to take advantage of the opportunity, right? So essentially the person who was interested in serving as kind of the master licensee would need to be in a permanent permit in order for us to issue shared manufacturing licenses to those sub-entities who would be in the shared kitchen, essentially. So it's not a situation in which we need to kind of amend the legislation in order to allow for it. We need to move people who are interested in engaging in that activity into permanent permits, right? So if you're a temporary permittee, for example, you would be processed after all existing equity applicants and equity incubators and kind of businesses that were in tier 3. In order to make it effective, we need a mechanism in order to allow those businesses to be processed in an earlier tier. And so the legislative intervention that we've described would essentially allow that to be done.
So wouldn't that, if 5 equity applicants got together and wanted a kitchen, aren't they all priority permit? You take the one that would be furthest along the line and the other 4 attached to that. It just doesn't seem like it's something that difficult to do. Would that be what you're looking at, pooling their, or is the problem that one's at spot 33 and the other guy's at spot 17 and you can't bring them?
So yeah, for sure. If it was a situation in which an equity applicant was well resourced, right, then they could do it. I think one of the things that we heard from advocates, at least last year, is a lot of businesses that had the resources to actually maintain a shared manufacturing facility were not equity applicants, right? They were temporary permittees. And so if it was a situation in which an equity applicant wanted to do it, they would essentially go to the back of the equity applicant processing queue. But it sounds like from our conversation, there might be additional interest in prioritizing equity applicants who are going to support manufacturing for a number of other equity applicants, even above kind of existing equity applicants in the queue. I think that would be a conversation for the oversight committee, but I know that that was something that was brought up previously.
I don't think any of us want to bump anyone that's in their spot, because that would be very contradictory to what we all believe. But I think if those people those groups can band together and take advantage of the one that has the first spot, none of us would, I don't see what would speak against that. So yeah, thank you for that. Thank you, Chair Parks.
I'm definitely very interested in seeing what the community has to say about that piece in regards to what is on the table that we're talking about is that trying to find a priority mechanism for bumping up, let's say, existing temporary permit holders if they want to like open up their doors to get like permanently licensed and bring equity applicants with them, so that they would essentially get like they would be able to move up. So that's what we're talking about, is a mechanism to allow them to move into priority processing if they have more people that are coming with them. It's something that's on the table for everyone to discuss. It's not something that's a hard decision, like a hard made decision as of right now. So we will continue conversation on that, as well as equity applicants that are not temporary permit holders, but want to go into like a group economic situation, pulling all their resources. Like, is there an incentive where we can create a priority for people that want to pull resources versus going it alone? That's what we have open for the question for the rest of the community to talk about. Anything else on here? I feel like restorative justice policy and reducing the applicants in the queue, we've done that, right? That's done. We can take that off. And then educational resources for equity applicants. I think that's something that will be addressed once those RFQs or those RFPs to our tech assistance providers are handed out. It would allow for that mechanism to happen. So I see that there are some things that are being addressed as we go along. So not necessarily, as an item for us to push forward but we actually actively addressed it this year and created space for it. So anybody else in our committee that would like to discuss any of these topics or have a topic that should be discussed that is not on here? Oh yeah, of course. I'm sorry to, I didn't mention, but it is a priority for pathways to job creation in the industry, which also definitely feel that there's a lot of opportunity within these shared manufacturing spaces. The city of Oakland actually had, are using their shared manufacturing spaces as a workforce development program, since there is space, one, and there is work for people to learn from. So the city had funded some workforce development dollars in order for people to go through a workforce development program, which included learning, getting metric certified, being able to do food handling, as well as creating compliant products. And like the fun part, which is creating some R&D cannabis products that can find their way on shelves. So as far as having a workforce development program that will allow people experience into the industry, I think Oakland has a very wonderful model that we should maybe take a look at as a starting point. Cool. Yes, go for it.
I'd like to reaffirm 2 points. One that came up with Tom from Mendelman's office, which is to create a pathway to selling your ownership by paying into the Office of Cannabis Community Development Fund. So just so that doesn't get lost. And the other thing that was on Sean and my to-do list was the MCDs in return for shelf space, for equity shelf space. And I think what we're lacking is a method to audit or hold them accountable for that. It appears that especially some of the out-of-town owned dispensaries really advertise with equity products, but when you go in, there's very few. And when you call them and ask them about it, they're hesitant to answer anything. So I would like to see them publish their equity plan, be held accountable to it. Those are two things that I think, we know how hard it is to go in and compete with multi-state operators. So if we really want to give our equity, they can't just say we're helping equity, but not follow it. And we're not enforcing it. So I want to make that part of the MCD discussion as well. Just want those 2 points not to get lost. Thank you.
Are those equity plans off of the Office of Cannabis website? Are they still published? All of the MCD's equity plans used to be published on the Office of Cannabis website with their commitments. Is that still up there? And then how are we doing? Because I know that many MCDs have to turn in progress reports. What is the status? And then also, what is the mechanism for accountability for people that don't meet their commitments?
Eugene Hillsman, Deputy Director, San Francisco Office of Cannabis. Thanks, Madam Chair. So those equity progress reports are still available on the Office of Cannabis website. I think to committee member Jamalian's question, those MCDs do have flexibility about determining the commitments. So if it was a situation in which there were specific requirements, right, if you wanted to mandate kind of a percentage of equity shelf space for a particular operator, they have a lot of flexibility essentially to determine how they're going to meet those commitments, but they are published. And if there was interest in kind of being more specific about what those requirements were, they would need to be kind of added through legislation.
Absolutely. Thank you, Eugene. And that's exactly, I think, where we're going at, is that we need to actually mandate something that's quantifiable, because, and I'd like to see their equity plans not just published online, but at their facilities. They should tell the community what they're doing for the community. I think we all have a right to know that if it's part of their permit, that what they promised, that they can also be held accountable, not just by us, but by their consumers.
Very good. All right. So,
Chair, this is Nikesh from the Office of Cannabis. Just to provide a little bit of an update, we don't have exact numbers, but I can give you a range for the number of cultivation apps, equity apps in our queue. It's between 15 to 25 at this point. We're working on providing approximate ballpark for the other categories. So just stay tuned, but that's one that we do have.
Awesome. Thanks for that. 15 to 25. Okay.
So,
Wonderful.
Madam Park, just again, I guess a question of process that I'm taking notes, but I have a few questions, and I know you want to hear from the community members. It sounds like there's some.
Hold on, before you continue, can we actually switch over to your notes so that we can kind of start to move on to the next piece of the process?
Sure.
Yeah.
All right, David, I'm going to make you the presenter now.
I just wanted to, just wanted to check in about how best you'd like to proceed, because I know you want to open things up to the community before perhaps we concretize or more fully develop some of the topics that came up. So I added what Member Stout had articulated to the original recommendations, but we talked about a few topics, and Sarah gave an update about the compassion programs, but it wasn't clear to me whether there was actually an amendment or an addition to the original recommendation. And so I just wanted to check in whether and plan for time to come back and, if need be, dive a little deeper into the language of these recommendations, because there was mention of another example of the importance of jobs development and workforce development, but I wasn't clear on what if there was necessarily a recommendation along with that. So I just wanted to vet that I heard it and was capturing it right, and just check in if we wanted to come back and build any of these out.
So just as to answer your question in regards to point of process, I would just like to remind everybody that after this discussion in regards to prioritization of the policy recommendations, there is a conversation about implementation of these policy recommendations, which a lot of, like the rest of the conversation can fall under there, where we actually hammer out like, okay, now that this is what we want, how is it going to get done?
Got it. Thank you for that clarification.
No problem. So for the sake of time, I would really love to open up this conversation to the public now, before we finalize on these recommendations being our priorities to the Board of Supervisors and to the Mayor's office. So again, if there's a way that you can maybe cut and paste the phone number, the call-in number, as well as that long code that people have to input before they're able to make a comment, that would be wonderful, so that people can just reference it. Thank you for that.
Yeah.
Perfect. So again, if you guys are members of the public, or if any of this interests you, please do chime in. We need your voice to make this real. So press star 3 if you're already in the queue. Write your comment in the chat box, or raise your hand using the online mechanism. How are we doing, Ray?
Madam Chair, I'm looking at the attendee list now. We do have one individual waiting to speak, and I'm going to unveil this individual now.
Greetings, Office of Cannabis and Oversight Committee. This is Johnny Delaplane. Wade, if you can hear me.
Yes, please
cool.
proceed. Welcome.
So, President of the San Francisco Cannabis Retailers Alliance. So, as far as the recommendations and our policy objectives next year, our first and main priority is to permanently lower the cannabis gross receipt tax. We've got a 1-year deferment. That's fantastic. I think we need to permanently lower that to a level that's equivalent with other businesses, right? Essential is equal. The second is making consumption easier. And I think planning spoke to, the only things that are getting voted down now are consumption lounges. We need to make an easier pathway to planning to consumption and a standalone consumption permit. So those two things are very important. And one thing I wanted to put on your radar is the idea of regulating all cannabinoids. So right now, we're all playing in this regulated space, and we're subject to these very, very high taxes. But there's all sorts of unregulated cannabinoids that are going to be sold throughout our city. And it's a public safety issue, as we saw with VapeGate and people getting sick and dying from consuming unregulated products. And so that's something that I want the committee to consider. Should we regulate all cannabinoids so all of the equity businesses and all of the regulated cannabis businesses can play on even footing with all of the stuff that's sold down at the corner store, right? Like you can take CBD and you can convert it into Delta-8 THC with citric acid. Is that safe? Is it safe for high school kids to be able to go home and do that? So the city of LA right now is in the process of putting regulations on all cannabinoids. I think it's something we should consider here and just see if it's something that we want to do at the local level. So thank you.
Thank you, Carla. And Madam Chair, as of now, I don't see anyone else waiting in the queue, and I will move on to the chat box. We do have one written comment submitted into the chat function. And the comment reads, still here and still appreciating the robust discussion. Should I have comments or questions, I'll be sure to address them to staff later. And I think that concludes the public comment section.
Okay. So David, can we scroll up just a little bit on this, on the committee recommendations? Did we include a space for continued tax discussion in regards to, yes, we did. Recommendations, certain tax rates with Prop D. Right, like to being able to lower the gross receipts tax, because it is like, as far as we have a 15% as excise tax on a state level that they're constantly trying to bump up, but we haven't seen too much progress in them being able to do that. We have a 8.9%, I think, sales tax roughly. I know at the distro level we charge a 27% arm's length tax when we are collecting from retailers. Which is huge, and then the cultivation tax is ginormous too. It's 100. It's at the cultivation tax. It's 140. I'm sorry, $54 and some odd cents on the cultivation tax per pound, right? So it's crazy. Like as a equity brand, right? When I sell, like when my product gets sold to retailers, it's insane. It's like almost like $600 in taxes that get collected. That's not even, let me tell you that is not the margin I am making at all. Like this city, the state, mostly it's like the state is getting way more money than I'm actually able to make on my business. And as an equity applicant, that's really hurtful, so, and I want to stay in the game. I don't want to be like, I can't play because it's regulated out. That's like the whole purpose of this equity program, is not to get us regulated out and to make sure that the barriers at these government levels aren't doing what the war on drugs did to us, which was turn us into criminals for trying to find some economic stability in our lives. So definitely this tax reform conversation is super important. Cool.
Chairman Parks, is there with that comment and what was discussed earlier, are we feeling that this needs to be amended and or updated? I know that
it's updated. It does definitely need to be updated because we've already talked. There has already been motion on the Prop D conversation, but I think this is a recommendation to continue to do some amendments as far as the implementation and the tax set-asides in regard to the cannabis tax, especially making some provisions for equity applicants in regards to how much their tax liability is.
Particularly, we heard that it should be 0%, at least for equity businesses, that the delay is insufficient and should be indefinite.
Thank you.
I share that opinion. And to Nina's point, she's really right. The tax burden on it, you see an invoice go out with 27%, and if we really want to get shelf space at the dispensaries, a 0% tax for equity brands would render all the equity brands competitive against VC-funded companies.
completely. I mean, as a brand, like I would like to pay the small farmers that I'm working with what they are worth versus them even getting undercut for their pounds by larger businesses that are just trying to hand them cash up front. And because everybody's in such a pressure because of the fires, because of the pandemic, that our economy on that level of the supply chain has been really tested this year and is in a hard place. So that conversation is really essential moving forward to make sure that we have some, that we have some longevity, that we can last 5 years into our business, that even if we were to eventually want to sell our business, it would be worth something instead of us owing the state taxes and our business being worth nothing,
Yeah, so I think we can roll that up into the Prop D discussion if we can add, because between creating, funds to be generated for the development fund, we can roll up Nina's tax suggestion into the Prop D discussion, and I think Jesse's point of recommending there be a 0% tax for social equity, which Nina just advocated for.
Yes, that sounds about right in regards to that recommendation.
I want to make sure that I'm capturing this correctly. So could somebody put, reframe that into sort of the language that we want to collapse the former recommendation 5 into 4. So I just had that recommendation to continue to reduce gross tax and tax liability, but obviously that's not accurately representing the specific move towards 0.
Committee Member Stout, you're usually very succinct about this. Can you help us with that?
The Cannabis Oversight Committee recommends the Board of Supervisors reduce the Prop D cannabis tax rates to 0% indefinitely.
Sorry, Committee Member Stout, can you please slow down?
Reduce the Prop D cannabis tax rates to 0% indefinitely.
Great. Okay. Prop D cannabis tax rates to 0% indefinitely is that for equity applicants or?
I would start with everyone.
Everyone, okay, thank you. Got it. Thank you.
Okay. How does the committee feel about what is being said? Are we in a place where we can start making some motions so that we can take our bio break and then get into implementation conversation?
Well, sorry, just one other thing, that there was a mention of some other areas, and I know that we elected them as priorities, but I particularly related to the medical cards and the.
I think that was at the top, wasn't it? At the top there was.
It is. I just wanted to verify if it was staying the same, or were there's a need to amend it based on the update.
Committee Member Payne, you want to? Okay, hold on. I see Committee Member Foglio with a. I keep on pronouncing your name wrong. I know.
You did it right.
So did I? Okay. I was like, ah. Okay, thank you. Yes, you had your hand raised.
So just with the Prop D, so I'm clear on what we're doing. Are we still prioritizing our discussion? Sure that I echo the point you were saying, Nina, about with Prop D. This was presented to the voters that this money was going to go and be not dumped into the general fund, but more into equity programs and the workforce development. And I just want to make sure that we don't lose sight of that, because there's still that money there, and it was a different bill of sale kind of to the voters and to the community also. So I mean, we were really against Prop D, but since it's passed, I mean, that since we did not have that resolution to follow it up, I do think that we should, have those discussions about where the money is earmarked to go.
Tina, you're muted.
Fine, thanks for unmuting me. I was like, I don't even remember muting. Okay, so recommendation to the Board of Supervisors in regards to reducing the Prop D cannabis tax rate to 0%, maybe as opposed to saying indefinitely, because like with indefinitely, that means that we don't have, like, we're not earmarking, like there's no funds to be earmarked to go into the reinvestment fund. That we can also say that 0% until we can also get them to help us with state tax reforms so that there is something for local taxes, or for the localities to be able to get, which it should happen because it's the local folks that are actually working on a lot of the enforcement, a lot of the regulation, and actually just working with us, like the community. We need to figure out how our own personal, like our city's community reinvestment fund. I know that 60% of the cannabis tax at the state level does get distributed into grants for community-based organizations, but on more local levels, since the war on drugs had its own unique impacts within our locality, to ensure that there are funds for the citizens directly that are provided by the city. San Francisco seems to be the only city thus far that hasn't, actually the only city thus far that hasn't really allocated any resources to helping the program get further than just staffed. So just kind of being able to flag that. And there would be money and there would be funds if we could get some help on reducing like this excise tax, which is ridiculous. 15% is ridiculous. And then being able to really earmark and like get that language tightened up for that set aside to go into the right place.
But I do think we need to clarify. I think when we said Prop D, we were referring to the fact that we now have a year to make changes, recommendations on tax changes. So this isn't us trying to change Prop D by any means. And I think your original approach, Nina, where we were going to say 0% for social equity, would also make this a less dicey proposition, because and by adding the pathway of selling a business and paying 2% or something of the sale of the business into the community fund, we create another source of revenue for the community fund. And to Nina's point, an exit plan for equity applicants. Because if you really want to give the equity applicant an upside, you also have to allow him to exit when he built his brand on paying more to small farmers than the big companies, right? Because that's what we're investing. We're investing our profits into staying alive right now. So I do think essentially we're not trying to change Prop D at all, Teresa. I think that was just me saying let's roll it up into Prop D that might have created the confusion. But I meant the year that we now have to work with Mendelman's office.
Gotcha. Okay, so for clarification, just for David's ability to record this, currently it says recommendation to Board of Supervisors to reduce Prop D cannabis tax rate to 0% for equity applicants and operators until additional support with state tax reforms. I'm just throwing that out there because I'm trying to figure out like what can help.
Sure. I bracketed what were the other ideas that came since Member Stout shared his take.
Got it. And then this also includes, hold on. This also includes set aside, like language for tax set asides in the Office of Cannabis Community Redevelopment Fund, or the Community Reinvestment Fund, which is found in the city of Minnesota.
Sorry, Nina, could you repeat that? You just
It's the language for tax set asides to go into the Office of Community Reinvestment Fund, which is language that is found in the admin.
I have a draft for that. When we go into motions, I'll
Okay.
draft for that language.
Much appreciated.
Very good. Cool. So with the committee members at this point, I would like to go down. We have 5 recommendations here. If we can just go down to like each recommendation to see if the language makes sense for people. Nikesh.
Madam Chair, before we do that, I just wanted to give you an update with the numbers that you had asked for. So these are approximate ranges, and they are subject to a variety of different qualifications. So take them sort of loosely, because there are a variety of qualifications that can affect these numbers. But as a general range, with respect to storefront retail applications, anywhere between 140 to 150. And these are all equity applications. In terms of delivery, 37 to 47. Distribution applications between 47 and 57, and manufacturing between 29 and 39. Now, these qualifications I'm going to explain, they're really important because essentially these are applications that may change over time. They may be the reflection of misidentified activities. So someone may have meant a different activity, but they've identified one that we're sort of using for this calculation right now. So these numbers are loose approximations. They are subject to people putting down the wrong activity type, people ultimately changing their activity types over time. Also, yeah, and I think it's also an element of they may change over time as well. So take those with a grain of salt, but they're to provide a little bit of a general sense of what the picture looks like right now.
Can we also add a number 6 to this, which would have to do with job and workforce development? I don't want to leave that out. I know that was mentioned twice by our so this we'll talk about it more in regards to implementation when we get there. Cool. Okay, so can we take it from the top and then there it goes. Okay, so number 1, implementation of a robust compassion programs, including measures for public consumption and provisions for free medical cannabis cards for low-income residents. Is this still a priority recommendation in the way that it's worded? Yes.
I'd say yes, and when the time comes, I'd like to add some other recommendations to that.
Cool. All right. Well, let's get us to our bio break, and then we'll come back and like knock out how. Cool. Number 2, DPH to process pre-existing 37 MCDs in return for percentage of shelf space held for equity products subject to equity workforce laws.
I think we can probably, we should keep that on, but add the other dispensaries to the commitment to shelf space as well. Not just the 37, but all the future ones as well.
MCDs and general.
And Article 16.
And Article 16. Thank you. Oh, since we're on this one too, in regards to DPH, I would like to see all the cannabis laws, actually the whole cannabis ordinance, be moved back to DPH, because currently it is in the police code. But if cannabis is not illegal anymore and is not a criminal activity, I do not see the purpose of it sitting in a police code. It should go where it has been for San Francisco for the past 20 years, which is back to the Department of Public Health.
Absolutely.
I'm glad there's confirmation on that. You got it, Dave? Okay, and then number.
Oh, sorry, I was muted and didn't realize it. I just wanted to also recall that there was the piece about mandating some sort of mechanism for auditing and ensuring accountability with the.
Correct. Yes. Thank you, David, for having me.
Yeah, I have some language about that. Is that something that would that be something that needs its own separate recommendation or a sub recommendation versus?
That's two different recommendations.
Okay.
Those are two topics. Yes.
Equity preservation and accountability would probably be the header of that
Okay.
recommendation.
I hope most states now, just because like I'm in school.
Got it. So
Most of the days I'm in the house. So honestly, it's like pretty easy for me. So if it helps you guys, I'm happy to do
we
it.
can. Okay. So I'll input that, and we can come back to that.
Okay. And then number 4, we have create a local permitting pathway for shared manufacturing that enable manufacturers, cannabis businesses, including those that are currently temporarily permitted, to be permanently permitted and share their facilities with the permitted equity applicants, or share their facilities so that equity applicants can be permitted. I think that's in regards to this particular language in regards to existing operators, whereas like new operators, it's like everybody.
So is it share their facilities with permanent equity applicants as well as yet to be permitted, or?
It would be share their facilities so that equity applicants could get permitted in their facility.
Got it.
Yeah. So like this would be like like a larger solve for like the incubator program, essentially, because the incubator program had a time limit on like how long a business could be in there. But with the shared manufacturing spaces, it allows the mechanism and the design to keep people in a little bit longer, for their business until they scale out or have the ability to scale out. Right. And then in relevant part, this recommendation requires creating a mechanism to now begin processing and permanently permitting cannabis businesses with temporary yeah, okay, yes, that's there. And then number 4, good. The recommendation to the Board of Supervisors to amend Planning Code 210.3 to change the PDR zoning industrial agricultural use from C, which is conditional, to P, which is principal permitted. I think that's a solidly worded recommendation. And then recommendations to the Board of Supervisors to reduce the Prop D cannabis tax rate to 0 for social equity applicants and operators until additional support with state tax reforms, and then language to create a set aside that go into the reinvestment fund. And then, of course, workforce development and job creation, which I think is also supported by the shared use space, potentially. Cool. How's this sound? Anybody want to make a motion on as is, and then we can take a break and then move to part 2?
David, would you like the language to insert into the recommendation 5 now or in the next part?
It's up to you based on process. Like we could do it during the.
It's up to Chair Parks.
Yeah. Hold on. This is language for the recommendation, not for implementation of the recommendation. Correct?
Yes. Correct.
Yes. And as far as process, now is the time to.
Okay.
Send it in.
So after to reduce the Prop D cannabis tax rates to 0% for social equity applicants and operators, and to create a pathway to allow for the sale of all and/or a majority interest of
Sorry,
cannabis.
you said operators, and to create a pathway to.
allow for the sale of all and or majority interest of cannabis businesses, including Article 16 and 33 permit holders.
Ali, I'm having a little trouble understanding you.
Hold on.
The operators, and to create a pathway to allow for
the sale and or a majority interest of a cannabis business, including Article 16 and 33.
and or for majority interest, sale and majority interest, yep.
Including both Article 16 and 33 permit holders.
Article 16 and 33 permit, oh my goodness, permit holders. Yep.
Requiring an equity component in the business purchaser, either through ownership, incubation, or alternatively by requiring.
I'm sorry, Ali, I'm having trouble with the connection hearing.
Do you want me to type it?
I think so. If you could send that or type it into the chat, because
I'll type it into
is good. Yeah.
Ownership. Thank you.
I think that would be more efficient.
Probably, and take less time.
Yes.
Yeah. Committee member Block.
Oh, sorry, to interrupt. Ali, I just enabled the chat function. You may provide that in written form to David now.
Okay, thank you, Chair Parks. I'm wondering on number 6, if we can do another / and say worker voice there, which is, I know that we had a special meeting where we really looked at issues around worker voice in this industry. And I do think I want to highlight the part of developing workforce development and job creation is doing whatever we can to ensure that workers have a voice in this industry.
Cool. All right, there goes in the chat. Ali just sent the language. Committee member Jamalian just sent the language.
Okay. That's much. Okay. Pathway. Okay, let's see. Sharing my screen. Oh, equity plan. So let's see, recommendation of the US to reduce the property cannabis tax rate, et cetera, et cetera. The new pieces to create a pathway to allow for the sale of all and or majority interest of cannabis businesses, including both Article 16 and Article 33 permit holders, requiring an equity component in the business purchaser either through ownership, incubation, or in the alternative of requiring an enforceable and impactful cannabis equity plan and contribution to support the success of the equity program and local equity business operators. In addition, I recommend we mandate a financial contribution. Is this, Ali, is this a personal recommendation or is this to also?
We can say we, instead of the I,
okay.
You can say we propose.
Got it. We,
yeah.
Thanks, Nina. Yeah, this was my draft I meant to send to all of you guys, but it never.
Oh, got it.
Can I ask a couple of clarifying questions? I'll leave maybe directly just on this. First, when you say all cannabis businesses, that's all encompassing, correct? And this is in response to the fact that right now cannabis businesses in San Francisco can only sell up to 49%. And this would offset that. Okay. And just to confirm, we're talking about every cannabis permit in San Francisco. We specify a couple, but we're talking all encompassing. I'm wondering if maybe as opposed to specifying Article 16 and Article 33, we can come up with some language that just is completely all encompassing.
That's probably a good idea. Thanks, Aaron. Yes, and you understood it exactly how I meant.
So, I mean, possibly just all permitted cannabis businesses, and just leave it at that. My concern is that when you specify a couple, then you almost have to specify everyone or none of them. And I just want to make sure that this is all-inclusive language.
Yeah, this makes it less ambiguous, as you stated, definitely.
So maybe we say for the sale and majority of permitted cannabis businesses, and then just remove the including both Article 16 and Article 33. Does that sound good to everyone? And then the other clarifying point in this recommendation that I want to drill down on is.
Oh boy, this is not good.
Dave, can I get you to mute, please?
This is stating that we want the purchaser of any cannabis business in San Francisco to be required to participate in equity program in some way through ownership incubation or by requiring an equity plan and a contribution. That's one stipulation of a purchase. Then what's also being proposed is a second stipulation of the purpose of this is that the purchaser would have to pay a tax on the purchase price. There's two separate things.
That's correct. One is equity preservation, which would be the tax that would go into the investment fund, and one is obviously the commitment to the equity community as a whole. So you're right; those are two components.
I would need to voice my concern with that, just coming from just a general capital standpoint. Multiple tax points on a potential purchase is just going to, by default, dissuade some potential investment. If there's a way to roll it all into one, it does not seem as impactful. But in my own personal limited experiences, the more additional tax that a potential capital partner has to put forward, it can reduce the pool and end up limiting the amount of potential that the seller or the business that's trying to sell really has. I understand that it could be argued that San Francisco has a very low gross receipts tax rate. So when that purchaser comes into the city, they're going to be able to enjoy a reasonable tax rate. And I just wanted to open it up for discussion. I would say stacking the more contingencies that we put on purchases, the less purchases there typically are in general. But that's kind of my own personal thought on it.
And I don't disagree with you, but I think if we're asking for 0% tax on social equity businesses, that is a way of paying it forward. And if in the end, the buyer and the seller want to come to an agreement on how they divide that burden up, that's up to them. So we're not mandating that either side does it, or that's not what my intention was. However, I do think you need to pay it forward with the equity program. And that being said, I think a reasonable, like you said, the gross receipt tax is really reasonable. So if you come in with also a reasonable contribution, which is, I like to use the word contribution, not tax, but that's just how, But if you come up with a reasonable contribution of, let's say, 1 or 2% of the sale of that business that gets put back into the equity investment development fund, community fund, I don't think that's asking for too much in a city that offers free health benefits to its residents. So I think it's in line with our city's culture and our city's values.
I couldn't agree more that some contribution should be made. I'm just wondering, in the way this is written, are there two contributions that are required? One is that the business purchaser, either through ownership, incubation, or alternative, so on and so forth, contribute to support the equity program. That's one thing.
Yeah, but that's a part we already have.
That's already in there. I think it's clear. I think it's just a point of like cultural reference as far as like point.
So the additional component is the percentage of gross sale price.
Right.
Yeah, I think
that would be the only addition because the stuff is already there. Correct.
I think what we should focus on is enforceable and impactful. And that's to my point earlier, that I don't think what we're doing now is neither impactful nor is it enforceable. So that's really where I wanted to make sure that the equity plans, whether it's by posting them, it's by auditing them, that was that component. And maybe we should clarify that.
Yeah, we can, like, again, there's a chance to dive deeper into this conversation in part 2. So definitely. But how are we feeling as a committee as of right now about these being our core recommendations that we're going to discuss implementation of when we get back from a little 5-minute break, since we're running late?
Are we going to change on number 6 from including both Article 16 and 33 to be all permitted cannabis?
Is that what we decided on? Yes, that is what we decided on. Cool. All right.
And Madam Chair, this is Nikesh from the Office of Cannabis. Just a point of clarification as we're following along here. For number 7, what is the recommendation?
That's a good question. I'll leave this up to our labor force people to craft the language of this recommendation. So, Teresa? Yeah.
So obviously for workforce development and job creation, you need to have a robust community, right? So, the ones ahead of it, through 6, obviously are going to all fuel for that. But without the funds and without means, we can't, really, if the businesses are struggling and with paying the taxes, I mean, it's very hard to do the workforce development. I do like what you said about Oakland's program. So maybe we can make a recommendation. I mean, because, the Board of Supervisors, they're going to have to set aside money. So we're going to have to make a recommendation, and they're going to have to be the ones to truly craft the path, or OEWD. But we need to make a recommendation that they put an investment, because, I mean, honestly, everyone that's affected by equity isn't going to be able to be, a permit holder. So they're still going to need job pathways. It's just, we'll have to give me a minute to think about what the recommendation is.
No problem, for sure. I agree, like that the city that, let's say OEWD, because I know that there was so much interest in like an apprenticeship program or a workforce development program. When we did have OEWD come and present, it seemed like it was something that was like even the community really spoke highly of as well. So our recommendations to make funds available to execute on this with cannabis businesses, being able to maybe apply for workforce development dollars to have like an in-house apprenticeship program or something of the nature. We'll dig into that a little bit more. Yes, committee member Cry.
Yeah, I think something that going off of what you were saying, something that connects some kind of commitment for an investment into an apprenticeship program on both sides, both open shops, permitted holders having some kind of commitment to work with apprenticeship programs, and the city committing funds towards these apprenticeship and workforce development.
Yes, for sure. Also, a question for the Office of Cannabis. There has been rumored more state grant funds potentially opening up in December. Is that something that you guys have flagged for yourself to apply for those grant dollars? I think it is the Go Biz, another round of Go Biz dollars, I do believe is what it's for.
We are ready.
Yeah.
Always, we stay ready.
Yes.
We're actually hoping to get an opportunity with the SCC as well, since they've made their edit. So hopefully there's more grant dollars for other opportunities too.
Wonderful. So making sure, I guess within this recommendation as well, is that, I know the city is strapped. I know asking for more and more funds, it makes it so they kind of shut down a little bit. So including that there are state funds that would be able to be available to help bolster this portion of the program.
I think we can also include that commitment on the point above again. If somebody does buy out an equity business, they should automatically be committed to either paying into an apprenticeship program if they're too small, or having apprentices if they buy it. So there is an impactful and something that will help with equity preservation, but is also a positive when you're selling a business. So that's something that we can add into those impactful measures as well.
Cool. Thank you.
Yeah, and that exists in other industries in San Francisco as well. It's a worker retention component, so that when businesses change hands, the workers get to stay in their jobs and they don't see any reduction in wages and benefits. So there's very good precedent for that, Ali. It's a great suggestion. Thank you.
Very good.
I'd also like to suggest, because given the culture of San Francisco and what we've been seeing a lot with things like COVID and the shutdowns and the constant store closures, a lot of workers, especially because of COVID, have been wanting to organize. And I think having some type of commitment to be neutral during those would be helpful. I would just hate to hear more about some company owner threatening to sue workers for wanting to organize. I think it's good that we have some kind of commitment to remain neutral when workers come together and want to be a community. I mean, that's a part of our community, is our workforce and our working class. And I think it's important that as San Franciscans, we have their back when they want to do that, or at least don't muddy the waters or poison things and spread lies.
Yeah, and that's when I made reference to making sure that workers have a voice. That's exactly what I was talking about. So thank you, Jessica. We are thinking alike as usual.
Very good. It's good that our labor representatives have a consensus. That's great. It helps to move the ball along. As I know that you guys sit down with the supervisors regularly, so can help us to push these initiatives forward.
And it all connects too. Like the taxes being lowered, that gives the ability for workers to be able to ask, to be a part of the business and have a career path. If these taxes are so high, whoever wants to move up, who knows how far you can ever go. So getting those taxes down directly affects these workers as well.
And just remembering, until we see federal legalization, right, the tax liability with 280E does not let us write off anything on the federal level. So we can't, there's no overhead. We can't write off unemployment. We can't write off anything. All of those just get rolled into expenses, like onto our expenses, you know? So, yeah.
And I'll be blunt. You know, we get asked a lot to help out on issues like this. Like, oh, we need help advocating for better tax policy, or we need help getting a permit, and we do that sort of thing to help out employers, but there has to be something in it for the workers too. And so we've had a lot of experience in this industry, and Jessica can talk about it too, where we go to bat for a company, and then when it comes time that the workers decide they want to join together in a union, all of a sudden that company that was acting like our best friend changes gears and tries to discourage the workers from organizing. So there's a relationship there, to Jessica's point, where everybody can benefit. And we're all about putting more money in the pockets of our employers, or keeping the tax man's hands out of your pockets. But then some of that money needs to be shared with the workers.
Yeah, especially because a livable wage is hard to attain in San Francisco. And I think as we continue to push for us to have some kind of federal legality or a way that people are able to write things off, that we are able to give these workers a way to actually survive in the Bay Area. I know a lot of us are in the same boat, but a livable wage is more than minimum. So I am always down to get down with the industry and demand more for us. So like Doug said, as long as we make sure that the workers are a part of that and they know that they are part of this career and they're important to this industry, I think we can see that vision come together really beautifully.
Through the chair, Madam Chair.
Yes.
There's also legislation that's currently already been passed and on the books that is just sitting there stagnant because it hasn't been triggered. There is a tax break if you participate in a state certified apprenticeship program, but it's not being triggered because we don't have OEWD has not certified any pre-apprenticeship program. So there's a missing rung of the ladder. But this legislation is just sitting there and would give employers a tax break if they participate. So, you know, like we've been saying, all this goes hand in hand. So the workforce development, taxes, and the businesses thriving, it's all tied together. But if there's any way that we can get where we can get that law triggered, that'd be cool.
Okay, perfect. So, I guess for the recommendations, in that case, for this piece, so that we can move on to the implementation conversation, does this look good for the language for the recommendation so far? And then we can talk about the how, which would be through the language that already pre-exists, and then giving some recommendations of how it could roll out. Are we okay with number 7 as is?
Madam Chair, I just cobbled it together, so it definitely needs a read through and a tweak. I just kind of tried to put everything together in one recommendation. I don't know if that's optimal.
Yeah, okay, so, oh, well, yeah, I think this sounds okay for now. And then the implementation will help to give some more color and clarity.
Got it.
Okay, so as of right now, I would like to make a motion that we approve these recommendations as we have. Approve these recommendations as far as like topics and all of that goes. And then we will dig back into these same topics after our 5-minute bio break. So I motion that these get approved. How are we doing on that?
I'll second that motion.
Very good. Thank you, Sarah.
Madam Chair, just a quick point of process. If these recommendations are being voted on, then they would need to be individually voted on. If they're being approved for the time being, I'm not entirely sure what the distinction is, but I do want to note that if they're going to be voted on, then each would have to go, you'd have to take the vote individually on each.
Cool. How about we, okay. How about we take a 5-minute bio break and we come right back? How's that sound for everybody? Cool. Awesome.
10 minutes.
Before we do that, Madam Chair, I know it's exciting. But I do want to make an announcement to the attendees that we are going to have a 5-minute break, and I will turn this meeting into a training session, and we will be back in 5 minutes. With that,
thank you.
We are now on break.
of 2020. David, if we can get those recommendations back up there so we can go one by one and it's it. Cool. Can we go up a little bit further on the screen? There he goes. All right.
And Madam Chair, just a question of clarification. So is it that the vote now is not necessarily on the wording or the recommendation itself, more as the priority area of the recommendation?
All right. So this is what I'm thinking as of right now, that these are our priority areas for recommendation, and then once we talk about the implementation, we'll have the full language for the actual recommendation straight to the. So yeah, that's what we're voting on.
Okay. And so and just a clarification, we didn't yet do public comment for.
We did get, yes,
we did.
We
Okay.
got public comment on this agenda item. Correct.
Okay, great. Sorry.
No, we're good. I know it was a long one. It was a long one. Again, we'll have opportunities for public comment when we talk about the recommendations. So what I suggest is, as far as process, we go and we vote on this as far as topics go, and then we stay at the committee recommendations. And as we talk about implementation, we just go into each of the topics and fine tune it all, so that you have a full recommendation for the board.
Great.
But if that's the case, then Nikesh or can we just vote on this as a whole so that we can move on to the implementation? That way we don't have to go step by step because it's not the complete yet.
Nikesh, correct me if I'm wrong. My understanding is that you could do that, but you will need to do that with a motion that specifically asks if any of the committee members want to take any of the items out and then vote as a separate issue. If no one opposed, then you could vote that as one item.
Okay. Well, in that case, yes. If any of the committee members want to single out any of these items as a separate issue, please do vocalize that now. If not, then I make a motion to approve these as topics for us to vote on final language once we've discussed implementation as well as taking public comment on implementation.
Second your motion.
Thank you. All right, Dave, can we take a vote?
Yes. Right, let me just pause my screen. Okay. Seat 8, Ali, how do you vote?
Aye.
Seat 9, Aaron?
Aye.
Seat 10, Jessica?
Aye.
Seat 11, Doug? Seat 12, Sean?
Aye.
Seat 13, Nina?
Aye.
Seat 14, Jesse?
Happy 420, aye.
Seat 15, Teresa?
Aye.
And seat 16, Sarah?
Aye.
And the motion passes unanimously.
Perfect.
Sorry to interrupt, Madam Chair. I think we just passed the motion to vote all items at once, and now we can take the vote for the actual item.
Oh, no, it was all items at once so that we can get on to the implementation discussion, and then we'll vote on each item.
Okay,
Yes.
that's great. Thank you.
Perfect. All right. So the implementation discussion, the reason why we made the recommendations and implementation is because we found within the political process like that sometimes the implementation conversation happens after the fact. And as a means to make this an easier process for our lawmakers, and also as well as departments that have to put things into motion, that we wanted to be able to be clear on how we envision as a committee making all of this happen. So with that in mind, as we go down each one of these 7 recommendations that we are that we want to flag for the board and for the mayor's office, keep in mind, like, how are we going to get this done?
But just a process question. We're now going to have public comment, correct? And then we're going to go and basically do the wording for the implementation, sort of about what Jesse did with the building code one, which is very specific on how to actually implement it. Is that correct? Okay, thank you. Thank you. Just trying to clarify.
Yeah, no worries. All right, you guys. Happy 421. So, opening up the floor for public comment, because I know that we've done a lot of talking since the last one. Can we hear from members of our public as far as how you see these items that we voted on in the previous agenda item, these 7 items, to be implemented in our city? That is the public comment that we're specifically asking for. So if you are already queued up, just press *3 for you to be able to make that public comment. If you are needing to call in, again, the phone number is 1-415-655-001, and then the access code is 146-067-7473, and then you would press *3 in order to be entered into the queue. Also, if you're not up for talking, please do just put the comment in the chat box and we can read it off for you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm looking at the attendee list now, and currently there's no individual waiting to speak. And let's move on to the chat box. And there's one written comment submitted to the chat box. And the comment reads, I will follow for sure, in particular about item number 7. That concludes the public comment for this item.
Just for the members of the public, remember, like, following up on these ones, we're going to take a vote on this. So if you want your voice to be heard, now would be the time to actually say it versus following up later after we voted on it. So just giving people a little bit more time if they want to make comment. Anybody in the queue? I know it's a long meeting.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As of now, there's no individual waiting in the queue.
Okay. Hold on one second. Sorry about that. Okay.
Madam Chair,
yeah.
Sorry to interrupt.
Yeah.
So there's another
Got it.
comment submitted in the chat box. The comment reads, by all means, vote. I am in favor, but tied up.
Okay. All right. Just making sure. Just want to make sure that we don't exclude the community voice if it needs to be heard. All right. So let's go. Let's do this. Implementation of recommendation number 1. So this is the implementation of a robust compassion program, including measures for public consumption and provisions of free medical cards for low-income residents. How do we propose this to happen? Yes, Committee Member Pan.
So what I propose is in order to encourage compassion programs, one, we present SOPs and best practices that can be shared throughout the state. In addition to that, for organizations that may not want to administer a program, giving them access to alternatives. For example, Joe Roney of Sweetleaf is selling lighters through dispensaries to support his program so that he can help other people. And so there are many ways for people to be able to participate, either through having a program of their own or supporting others. So I think that that's something that we need to be looking at, especially because, like I mentioned before, for some people, the idea of a compassion program they support, but actually administering it, following through can be daunting. So to give people the tools to know that they're in compliance, and to also communicate this to city and state governments so that they can get behind it, and we can get just better communication throughout the state on that. But also, when we're looking at compassion programs, looking at the possibility of some of our programs that are either existing or are being proposed at this time, such as City Grow. City Grow is a great program that's been proposed so people can, I think we're also looking at it as a reentry program, correct? Am I correct in assuming that?
No, but not like, yeah, it could be part of a person's care plan in regards to reentry, as far as like having access to a resource. Yes.
So one of the many things when we're with people with careers and learning and growing, another thing that's wonderful is knowing that they're impacting for good, and to be able to further our culture of giving and to make sure that it's not lost. I propose that programs like City Grow, perhaps their cultivation actually gets earmarked for compassion, and looking at what public programs will actually be producing products that could be earmarked for compassion programs, so that we could have some intersectionality between compassion and local programs. And then also we're looking at the possibility of proposing on a state level tax relief for donations in the new year.
That's great, because I know that there is language at the state level that does allow like an apprentice program, or like a cultivation and apprentice program to be used for compassions. There is state language about that already. I know that Josh Arce has been made aware of that language in previous conversations.
Great.
Is there language for manufacturing as well? Because it would, I mean, for us, it's easy to manufacture if we can donate it to compassion, but it's so hard with metric and the excise tax to do it that it's just, you know, is there something considered for that, Sarah?
I got an SOP for that, Ellie.
I had no doubt.
So we're looking from seed to donation, SOPs and best practices, to make people feel secure in their choices, to know that they are fully compliant, that they don't have to be afraid of metric, and if they don't want to deal with it, that there are alternatives for them to be able to take part, because we did all this on the backs of the patients and we can't forget them.
I agree, and if you need a guinea pig, our facility is at your services always.
We're definitely going to talk, Ali. Thank you. That's all for me.
Very good. I would like to also add that the Department of Public Health creates a pathway for people to get issued medical cards, right? Because that would be the department that has to implement it, correct? Sarah, can you give me some guidance on that?
Yes, they do. But we also have to find out when they're going to reopen their program, because right now it's delayed. So the biggest issue right now is that I have compassion patients that were freaked out about wondering how they could get their recommendations. And of course, I was able to help them navigate that. But we're still, these patients still can't purchase cannabis without paying for state tax, which is a huge hardship. And so people who already are locked in with their cards are great, but we have a huge population that's not being served, and especially in this time of crisis, that's critical.
Yes.
What do we have to write in our recommendation? Do you think, Sarah, to actually, what are the points you think you want to put in there that the supervisors will adopt into legislation? It sounds to me like from what you and Nina said, we need the DPH to actually issue cards again. That's very concrete. And then we want tax relief for donation manufacturing. Should we factor that maybe into the Prop D conversation with Raphael Mendelsman's office?
I think it would be a good idea. I've talked to Tom Temprano about it. We're actually Vice Chair Cry and I are going to be reaching out to more of the supervisors to continue the conversation. I think that what we're talking about is not only affordability equals safe access, because when we're looking at people with compromised immune systems going into the traditional illicit market, it's not tested, and somebody with a compromised immune system can die from a yeast infection, much less somebody accidentally not realizing that their product has mold, mildew, or fungus. We don't have any, and that's not to say that there isn't good product in the illicit market, but it's a crapshoot, and that's one of the things that concerns me the most.
Yeah, so I think maybe the tax relief for donations, because we want to recommend stuff that actually goes through. So I would probably take the tax relief for donations and put that into the bucket Mendelman. Existing programs, I think, is a fantastic idea. I think if you provide tools for other counties to ensure compliance, that's might be a deteriorating factor to the city of San Francisco. I think supplying or creating some sort of audit mechanism for us San Francisco operators to take part in your program would probably make sense. And I love your presenting the SOP statewide. So I'm just trying to nail it to something that's not threatening, that can be inserted where where we reach our goals.
I totally appreciate that. I also think it would be a great idea if we could look at, once these are established, looking at the possibility of doing a compassion campaign to let people know who's actually, just like we were talking about with equity, who's actually contributing and working with this, especially because we want to know who's contributing, who's taking part in the culture of cannabis. That, I don't want to speak for everybody, but I know that that's what I'm here for, and it also, because it's a perk for providers as well.
So maybe incentives to compassionate care providers, or
yeah, I think that the incentives would be if we can possibly give the tax breaks, and then also if there can be more publicity around people giving, because as we know, it is really difficult for people with their products unless they're a large organization, because there is no advertising and marketing is severely limited. So if we can use that as an incentive tool too, making sure that people are doing it, for the right reasons. But I do believe that it's a good idea to highlight the people who are being good players in what we're doing.
I agree, but as Nina and I can both attest to you, the city doesn't give you marketing or publicity help. So I would probably strike that off your recommendation.
Had to throw it out there.
But
it's a noble cause, I get it.
As far, the only thing is though, is like maybe not for the incentives for compassion care providers, but like if a DPH is issuing medical cards, because that is a service, there has to be a way that they're, that they get that information, like educational campaign or educational awareness dollars put towards that. Because like they figured out how to put COVID-19 warnings on like every building and like every website in the nation. So if we can at least on the other side also use that same communication mechanism to let people know what services are available to them, I think that we should push the city to use that as well, so they have the means to.
Right. And we can add that to, we can actually, because like Sarah said, compassionate care is a big part of equity as well. So we could roll that into point 2 with the process of pre-existing MCDs. If they opt into the compassionate care program, they can get prioritized in there maybe.
Let's add that, like, can we add that language in for now, and then we'll, like, we'll continue to add them into all the other ones, as opposed to only going down one by one just for the sake of time. If there are things that like roll into other recommendations, that way we can make this discussion as efficient as possible. considering we only have 30 minutes left or 20 minutes left of our conversation. So
one last thing I'd like to throw out there just around the outreach aspect, because prior to opening up my compassion program, I was trying to reach out to see, a lot of people either don't know that there's compassion or they just know that compassion went away. So being an LCCR alumni, I opened up my book of, civil rights resources and reached out to places like Project Homeless Connect and other organizations that are helping indigenous communities. And I'd like to have a greater conversation with like how the city could be able to bridge the gap with that, because there are still taboos around cannabis. And I do understand that as excited as people get about giving it to people in need, especially in city organizations, they are a little bit more reluctant to have the conversation. So how do we, make sure that the organizations that are serving the people that we want to help are able to work with us on this? And just even if they can give like a postcard or put it in their list of resources, especially because we do have a lot of homeless people that are in the programs, and that's a stressful place to be, and they really need our help. Now that really is it for me, Chair Parks.
Thank you. Thank you so much for that contribution. I know that the Compassion Program is definitely within your wheelhouse, and I really appreciate your leadership and guidance in figuring out how we can make this real again for San Francisco, since it did develop out of a lot of our advocacy. We need to figure out how to preserve that culture for the city. All right, so we're going to move on to the next bullet point number 2, which is DPH to process pre-existing 37 MCDs, Article 16 operators, in return for percentage of shelf space held for equity products. So again, I guess there's 2 ways to be able to handle this. I guess the intention over here is 1, incentivize support of equity brands and equity operators by existing retailers, as well as the retailers coming on board. I think it can be done by the issue on this one, I just want to say that where there's so many on another recommendation to like prioritize certain folks. So if we say prioritize everybody, then we deal with another bottleneck in regards to permitting. However, Oakland also incentivized the shelf space using tax incentives, so that like folks that vend equity operators on their shelves have a lower tax liability or something of that nature. What do people think about that?
Well, I think we already suggested that, and I think that's a good way to go about it. Is by saying the 0% tax, we would immediately be more competitive as equity businesses. However, when I originally thought of this, my whole thinking, and Mohanet needs to correct me if I was wrong, is that DPH was already dealing with these 37 pre-existing MCDs for a very long time before the Office of Cannabis was even found. So it would make it easy for DPH to go in, that has a working relationship with these MCDs, to give them their annual license. Because we all know that what they're doing right now for equity, the marketplace for equity applicants is almost at 0 right now. Most of us already have our applications in. It's not a lot of new people coming in. So these equity education workshops that were really helpful when Nina was doing them 6 months ago, and there was still a ton of people trying to get their application in, are not helpful right now. So what I was thinking is give it to DPH to process. That way they can stop doing this 120-day dog and pony show, and instead they will actually commit to 10% shelf space to us locally approved equity applicants. And that's what it was. They have to be equity applicants that went through the San Francisco OOC program, Office of Cannabis program, to become operators.
Okay, would you like to offer another wording for this recommendation based on your new
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think DPH is to process the pre-existing 37 MCDs and Article 16 operators, or process their annual permit in return for 10% of shelf space dedicated for San Francisco Equity Program products or San Francisco Equity Program operators. Obviously subject to equity workforce laws, and that they should post their.
Ali, did you say 10%?
Yeah, I think that's a fair number. If you look at our dispensaries making on average between $1 million on the low end of the year to about 15 on the high end, I think that's a pretty realistic number to say. And obviously,
You just cut out for a second. I got it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You would also like to add on what, Ali? You would like to add on?
Well, and I would like to add on the compassionate program as well. And I think to your point, Nina, you're right. We can't keep creating sub-priority groups. That obviously makes a lot of sense. But my idea in the first place was if we take this whole batch of 37 applications off the OOC table, don't we then also create more of a pathway for the shared kitchen and for, because those are 37 massive applications. And OOC, please correct me if I'm wrong.
So in that case, for this recommendation, then it's specifically pre-existing 37 MCDs versus the Article 6, and then there's, so DPH to process pre-existing 37 MCDs. Hold on.
Yeah, you caught that, correct.
So take out the Article 16 operators, right? And then, yeah, 10% shelf space.
And participation in the compassionate care program. We just wrapped that up as one item.
Okay, and participation in the compassionate care program. And then for the Article 16, folks, can we incentivize their participation with the equity applicants, that they get tax breaks, right? The Article 16 ones get tax breaks as their incentive. Like, what you call it?
Yeah, I actually think the Article 16 one should include the 10% maybe in their equity plan. Maybe that's a way to kind of level the field for everybody, so they're all treated the same. But
yeah, because as of right now, it's only the MCDs that are required to submit an equity plan. If that's correct, right? Like the Article 16 folks are not required to submit an equity plan. So that's what we're trying to solve for.
Madam Chair, can I make a clarification?
Yes, please.
So Eugene Hillsman, Deputy Director, Office of Cannabis. So a couple things. One is, I think when committee member Jamalian is talking about processing kind of existing MCD applications, they will all need to be processed by the Office of Cannabis, right? To receive their permanent permit in order to move forward. They already have Article 33 permits and they have state authorization. So thinking about what the incentive will be, they will still need to be processed by the Office of Cannabis. I think the question is, when will they be processed? I think another clarifying question for the committee is kind of what is meant by equity products, right? So right now, I believe we have one equity manufacturer in the city and county of San Francisco who's been permitted. But what we've done previously is allow for products who've been verified in other jurisdictions to allow that to contribute to kind of MCD goals. And if there needs to be more specificity about what is meant by equity for the purposes of this conversation. So, and then the third thing I would mention is all kind of cannabis businesses that are permitted by the Office of Cannabis are required to tell the city what their equity commitments are. We just haven't processed any of them yet. So it's not just a requirement for MCDs. For all cannabis business permittees, they're required to demonstrate how they're going to support the city's equity goals. But I think to the conversation that we've been having previously, if there is a desire for more specificity, right, around equity shelf space, I think defining what that means and thinking about kind of where it would kind of create additional incentives for existing businesses.
Thanks, Eugene. I think when I thought of equity products made in San Francisco, I also thought of equity brands that have a distro company that are repackaging. Those are to me equity brands. So I think we have 5 or 6 or 7 of those. Nina, you know better than I do. But to me, it was about those that went through the San Francisco OOC and became verified equity operators of the supply chain. And to Nina's point, with parity, there's an incentive for people to apply for a grow, to apply for a shared kitchen if they know that 10% of San Francisco shelf space is already dedicated to their type of product. So I'm pretty clear on what it is, but I do want what Eugene, what I heard is that DPH can't process. Is there a recommendation we can make that would require DPH to help you process, where you're still the issuing body, but they do most of the legwork because they've done it so many times with these operators?
I think if the question is around creating additional requirements for existing businesses, right, to demonstrate that they're supporting the city's equity goals, that would probably be included in kind of our processing of adult use. So the way it works is essentially the Office of Cannabis provides adult use authorization for MCDs, right? But they have flexibility around determining what things they will do to kind of satisfy their goals. So as you mentioned, right, they could do workshops, they can do shelf space, right? And if there's a desire to kind of narrow the range of options to kind of allow them to get adult use authorization, I think that would still come through the Office of Cannabis, where we would be reviewing their progress reports. It would just be a more narrow set of things that we were evaluating their progress around.
So who do we make that recommendation to? Because at the moment, I think it's a lot of pretty words on a lot of pretty applications with very little enforcement and very little commitment, except for those that were really OG dispensaries in town. They do it because they want to do it and they believe in it and they know most of these equity vendors from back in the day, right? So I think, what do you need from us to be able to tighten up that requirement, Eugene?
I mean, I think maybe this is a conversation that we can have offline about, who is doing what and kind of what level of satisfaction that we have around kind of MCDs. I think the challenge that you've outlined, however, is that the range of activities that allow operators to be in compliance varies. So if you're evaluating it compared to the number of people who are committed to shelf space, right? And we're saying for the last, 18 months, we have not had any equity manufacturers who've been permitted in San Francisco. And so to think about what products we would allow for them to satisfy that commitment, to allow people who've been verified in Oakland, for example, to kind of get credit, to think about what we need to do to be more prescriptive, I think that would need to be legislated. If there was an idea that there would be a specific requirement for existing cannabis businesses to satisfy their equity commitments around this particular activity, I think that needs to be legislated. If that's the direction that you're kind of thinking about and that the oversight committee is headed in.
Yeah, I don't think it should be up to the discretion of the Office of Cannabis in that case, because I just don't think that you have the enforcement budget or that, it's not going to be easy for you guys to enforce. I wanted to, with the DPH processing, the goal was to create an incentive for the retailers to want to do this. And then you also forge a good basis for the relationship with these social equity companies. The goal wasn't to force them to carry our product, I suppose. But the goal was to carve out, right now, for example, we have players in town where every single, every shelf has a slotting fee or is pay to play. I think that should not be allowed for social equity businesses. I don't think we should spend $6,000 to have a 2x2 foot sign on a wall in a dispensary. No, I think if it's legislative, then so be it. Let's make a legislative recommendation to not allow pay to play practices for local social equity applicants.
Yeah, so I mean, I think that if you're thinking about enforcement compared to incentives, right? I think the question is which kind of direction are you're leaning toward, right? Because I think there are probably different policy interventions depending on which direction you want to take.
Okay.
Okay, and I think we'll obviously put this up for discussion and get everyone's input. Which direction we want to take. That's not a but what do you guys think is less burden on the OOC and more beneficial to your equity applicants?
I think the question around implementation, like we could implement either, right? I think the question is for the committee around which direction you feel like, oh, we've established or evaluated what's happening in the industry and are proposing these solutions. But I think that's a question for the oversight committee.
Okay, and I think Nina, you probably have the best read on distribution of equity products in the city. So I'd love to see what you think of that and what your experience is.
Yeah, it's really hard to get calls back from buyers. Their position as gatekeepers has prevented many of us from getting on their shelves, regardless if they've made commitments. Often it comes with like low balling of pricing, which we can't even afford to do, considering that we buy smaller batches of everything. So we don't get the price break that people that can buy major bulk of everything gets. So our ability to to get calls back and be accepted onto shelves. And then like a committee member, Jamalian was saying, there's a lot of pay to play. So like for prime spaces on shelving, like on shelves, anywhere, like you said, from $6,000 to like for $2,000 to $6,000, depending on the visual display that you're trying to get. So if we're thinking about this, especially for equity applicants, it's like you're not open unless you're on Weed Maps, and Weed Maps is charging folks like $7,000, like $7,000 something dollars, and can be bid upwards for like prime spots on their advertising platform. And then if we want to get on a shelf space, and it's like what, $2,000 for every every place that we want to be able to get onto. It's impossible. If there are any incentives that can be created, or like continued focus on enforcement with people's commitments to providing shelf space, because I know that some people have dedicated up to 25% of the shelf space to equity applicants. But as far as the mechanism for accountability or to incentivize them in educating their buyers that it's actually important for them to take on equity applicants versus, like lowballing them until they provide the retailer with a price that they want. They should take equity applicants at the value that they're able to do, so that we can actually start generating better incomes. So that's just my experience thus far as distribution and as a person that's working towards building this brand.
But that was super helpful, and I think just having listened to you right now, I hear a couple of things how we can fix this. This was amazingly helpful. I think what we need to do is, Eugene, I think we should go the legislative recommendation, because then it will be taken seriously if it does go and become a law. But the only way then to stop these play-for-play practices and to actually get shelf space is, from what I heard earlier, you guys only have two equity applicants that need to be referred to planning from the OOC. Is that correct?
2 applicants that are in queue waiting to be processed.
That's right. That's right.
Yeah. Since the last time we reported out, we completely went through our backlog. 2 more people have recently applied. That's what that means. So they need to be processed.
Okay. Then what stops us from right now taking those 37 MCD applications and processing them? Are we just waiting for more equity applicants to come in, or are we going?
No, we are processing the other tiers. They're a tier later. So we have to get through the incubators, and we have to get through all those the PANCOs previously enforced against, right? And then the federally enforced against.
And what do you reckon the timeline is to get to the MCDs?
I'm sorry?
What do you reckon the timeline is to get to the MCDs?
I have shared this with others in a very conservative format, because look, we're in the middle of a pandemic, and I don't know what's going to change as far as our capacity. We're already at 10 core functions that have been added to our department. So I'm hopeful that early next year, to be really conservative, let's say spring, but I think it's going to be before that. So if we can stay with the momentum that we've had thus far, I think we're looking good.
Okay, so a new law wouldn't go in before that anyway, so it wouldn't go through.
Exactly.
You recommended it. So why don't we just scrap the 37 MCDs and make a recommendation for a law that requires 10% of shelf space to be dedicated to social equity and no pay-to-play practices for any San Francisco social equity company.
I think that's good because I had a question to you to actually elaborate a little bit more on the process you had envisioned around engaging DPH. You know, I think it gets a little tricky to engage other departments' resources, especially now. To
scrap it. If you guys are getting to it by spring, that would take longer to put legislation through. No point. Then we can
sounds like a plan.
Then we can make a recommendation that really benefits our equity community. And look how fast you process stuff. So there's no reason to not think that out of the 25 cultivators, hopefully 5 to 10 will be online. Hopefully Nina's shared kitchen will be online.
Definitely. I mean, you could start sharing your kitchen right now.
I have a kitchen. I have a kitchen.
Let's build one in that nice manufacturing facility.
Just for the sake of our process and time, I would like to make a motion to extend this conversation for another 15 minutes because we are scheduled to end at 5 o'clock and we still have to kind of get through some other things. So if we can get an agreement from our voting members to stick around so that we can continue to vote, that'd be good.
Second that motion, I will stop the conversation here as well. Sorry for stealing the time.
All good, all good. How we doing? Yes, no? Okay. Should we take a vote? David?
And Madam Chair, before we can take a vote, this is an item that would need to go before public comment. Have we done that already?
Yes.
Okay, so then it's fine.
Yeah.
So just to clarify, the motion was to extend for 15 minutes?
Yeah.
Okay. Ali, seat 8.
Aye.
Aaron, seat 9.
Aye.
Jessica, seat 10.
We didn't hear you, Jessica. Sorry. Oh no, her sound is out.
Okay, is she giving a thumbs up? Okay, so Jessica, we have a yay for Jessica, seat 10. Seat 11, Doug.
Aye.
Seat 12, Sean. Sean, are you with us? Maybe we can move, and if somebody sees him still with us, just
Yeah,
let me
he
know.
unmuted himself. He did unmute himself. I don't know if he's having trouble with the sound.
Okay.
He did.
We'll say abstain for now. Seat 13, Nina.
Aye.
Seat 14, Jesse.
Yes, I agree to extend the meeting 15 minutes. Aye.
Okay. Seat 15, Teresa.
Aye.
Seat 16, Sarah.
Aye.
And it passes unanimously. Madam Chair, just a point of clarification before we continue to.
Hold on, sorry. Committee member Richard, are you okay with 15 minutes? Okay.
I was going to just seek to clarify that how we're boundarying the implementation. I think previously in our March conversation when we were talking about implementation, it was the question of almost kind of the roles of committee members to either champion.
Yeah, I don't think this is us to have to earmark as of right now because this is our last meeting. And as far as us being able to continue to do things, there's no plan for committees next year as of right now until it gets figured out, and then we might have other committee members, so I don't want to assign anybody specifically. However,
Right.
I do encourage all of the committee members to stay engaged and to talk about these particular points
Sure.
in all
So-
conversations that you guys have.
So to that point, because I'm with you there, is that when we're talking about implementation, is that something that you're envisioning, that we're going to break each recommendation down to that granular degree?
That was the idea. That was the idea, to be able to submit full recommendations with, as a means to provide the Board of Supervisors with as much information and vision as possible, to bring them along on our conversation, versus giving them some recommendation that they still need to catch up on as far as education goes. So that was like the idea of this format for this process, is to give the idea and then the implementation, so that the Board of Supervisors could actually make some kind of decisions, and then knew what to talk to us about when they reached out, or if we reached out. So in regards to item number 2 over here with the shelf space, law to be able, so we would like to make a legislation that incentivizes the shelf space for equity products, and then also incentivizes the equity workforce laws and the participation in compassion program. And I think that we were able to find where that incentive goes to within the tax, and price for people that do that. Is that correct?
I think the goal is to give the supervisors language that they can literally vote on, whether that's going to be injected into legislation or the administration, right? So for this particular one, I would put out, I would recommend that the committee, recommends to the Board of Supervisors and the Mayor's office to require all San Francisco dispensaries to dedicate 10% of their shelf space.
Minimum 10%.
Minimum, I like that. Minimum of 10% shelf space to San Francisco OOC verified social equity operators, and to participate in the compassionate care program in order to be fully licensed. So that would be the recommendation in that case.
Sounds good.
To become fully
permitted, licensed. I think the OOC can come in here and tell you what the exact language of that particular permit is.
This is Eugene. I think based on the conversation that we were having, you're intending it to apply to all cannabis business permittees who are dispensaries, correct?
Correct.
Correct.
Versus the 37 MCDs, so we can strike that part. So all retailers.
Minimum 10%.
I mean, if we're going to have 300 retailers, there's an actual economic viable model for the social equity supply chain.
Yeah. Yeah. And then if people are okay with it, can we move on to 3? I know we have 7 of them, and we really do need to vote on that letter in regards to the inhalant ban. So that's why I'm trying to figure out how to make magic happen.
Vote on all of them. Let's do this. I agree. Let's get all these 7 recommendations out. You're right.
Cool. All right. How are we feeling? Do you get a better scope of that language for number 2?
Recommendation to the Board of Supervisors to require all retailers to hold a minimum of 10% shelf space for SF verified equity operators, and participate in the compassion program to become fully permitted.
Correct.
Got it. Okay, so 3 was we hadn't built that out. It was Ali. It was your discussion of the audit accountability measures to.
Can you scroll up on the recommendation? Sorry, just so that we can follow along. David,
can you scroll to that recommendation so we can see it?
I think, David, I think there's a lag between what's happening on your screen and what we're able to see. If you want to maybe disconnect and then the back, that might fix it.
That might be it. Yeah.
Sorry about that.
Oh, no worries. Technology. Okay, awesome.
Is it, how about better? Okay, are you with me?
Yeah.
So we were looking at number 3, which was the mechanism. Pretty much,
I think that's covered in number 2.
got it.
I think so as well. Yeah, that's kind of in there now. Exactly.
All right, so moving on to number 4, which is now number 3, creating a local permitting pathway to shared manufacturing in manufacturing cannabis businesses, including those that are currently temporarily permitted. So this would be recommend that the Board of Supervisors amend Article 16 language to prioritize how are we going to work?
The creation.
Yeah, I think it's here too. It's already in there. To prioritize temporary permit holders to be permanent permittees and share their facilities so that equity applicants can be permitted within their facility. So, yeah.
Quick question, would that still exclude 5 equity applicants banding together? Is that only pre-existing people to let equity applicants into their facility, or does it also create a pathway for 3-4 equity applicants to get together and get a building?
So there was two ideas behind this. One, for folks that are ready to go, right? So that we can get folks up and running, to have that one, and then 2 for the second one that you said. So yes, to both of those things.
Right. So the existing one, so you can get your brand on the shelves while the other ones build out. Got it.
So
does that make sense, David?
Yeah, I think that it sounded like we originally had it. So it's to prioritize the creation of a local permitting pathway.
Mm-hmm.
So does this look?
Yeah.
This is what we previously come this language.
Yeah, that's what it said. Cool.
Okay.
All right. Number 5 or number 4, which is now number 5.
Yes, thanks. I think this one was member.
Yeah, this was member Stout's recommendation, and it's pretty solid.
Yeah.
It's clear. That's it. Just for them to do that.
When member Stout makes a recommendation, it's very nicely worded.
Oh, so. And then number 6, which is now number 5. Recommendation to the Board of Supervisors to reduce Prop D cannabis tax rates to 0% for equity applicants and operators to create pathways for allow for the sale of all and or a majority interest in the cannabis business, including cannabis permit holders, requiring an equity component in the business purchasers, either through ownership, incubation, or in an alternative by requiring an enforceable and impactful cannabis equity plan and contributions to support the success of the equity program in local equity business operators. We recommend that a mandate of financial contributions into the Office of Cannabis Community Development Fund anytime a transfer of control of a cannabis business takes place, such as a percentage of gross receipts or gross sales of the price, of the gross sale price. This contribution can be used to support SF equity program.
Thoughts, please?
Yeah.
Sorry, this is hard. what do members think? Any feedback? Any needed changes?
Because this is a heavily worded one, is there a way that we can clean it up? Does any of our committee members have any recommendations of how to clean this up so it's not as?
I think it's the exact kind of wording that the supervisor's legislative aides are used to.
Okay, that's fair.
Maybe should we take silence as approval?
Yeah, for now, and then on this workforce development one.
Yeah, this needed some work.
Yeah, the committee recommends ongoing commitment to workforce development, job creation, and empowerment of workers' voice through investment in apprenticeship programs. So I think that we say Office of Economic Workforce Development works with technical assistance providers.
Sorry, I'm not sure are you starting from the beginning?
Sorry, I'm just kind of just riffing right now.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so the recommendation would be to encourage the implementation of city grow through direct work with individuals that applied for the RFPs to provide technical assistance. So that would include folks like Success Center and other people. I did do a consulting contract with the Office of Economic Workforce Development in regards to their apprenticeship program last year. And in order for it to be sustainable, we recommended for the Office of the Office of Economic Workforce Development to create a board of folks like YCD and just like young community developers at Bayview, like the Randolph Center, who also works with folks. Anyway, so it's like there's recommendations that were made within to the Office of Economic and Workforce Development in regards to their program to make it sustainable, but we need them to do it.
Doug or Amanda, don't you guys have this? Isn't there like a standard sort of text that secures the workforce development from the union representatives here?
Madam, through the chair?
Yes.
If we could make a recommendation to commit workforce development funds towards the development and implementation of pre-apprenticeship and apprenticeship programs. That way, we know that the pre-apprenticeship is like City Grow is what City Grow is.
Yeah.
But then, in case they change change the name or do something, I just don't want to have specifically the, City Grow in case things change. Because the pre-apprenticeship then leads into apprenticeship. That would then trigger the pre-existing legislation that gives tax incentives for owner operators or for businesses to participate in the program. So they employers have an incentive, but now we just need to develop the pre-apprenticeship program.
Because that triggers the apprenticeship program, so that would be our recommendation. So as soon as we do that, it's triggered, correct?
Correct.
Yeah, the pre-apprenticeship, we need that to complete the ladder because there's already state certified apprenticeship program with the 4 separate pathways. So if they develop the pre-apprenticeship for local residents, then it'll trigger the other.
Right.
That makes it easy and non-threatening, like we said. Awesome.
So it would be the recommendation to allocate workforce development funds towards development and implementation of pre-apprenticeship programs that will prompt the realization of apprenticeship programs.
Yeah, correct.
Can we add state sponsored apprenticeship programs so that city understands that we're then compliant with state, or is that not right, Teresa?
Recommendation implementation of pre-apprenticeship. I would put a pre-apprenticeship and apprenticeship programs because you know, if the city could develop an apprenticeship program themselves, that would lead to more jobs.
Got it.
And I mean, maybe we would want to also flag OEWD in this, since that's their, you know, what they do.
Yeah, I support that. Nina mentioned that as well. I have another recommendation on top of that, going back to sort of standard language we have, which would be something to the effect of either develop or implement labor harmony and worker retention requirements consistent with other industries in the city and county of San Francisco.
And can we put that same line to the point above as well, to the one about changing ownership of a company, that needs to be something that gets retained as well when an ownership changes?
I think that was something that was there's preservation through workforce development initiatives.
Exactly.
Apprenticeship, yeah, it's above. It's already above.
Madam Chair, this is Nikesh. Sorry to interrupt the flow. Just wanted to let you know that.
Yes, 15 minutes. I know.
No. Several members of the OOC just need to step off this call. So Ray and I will continue to be on the call, but Director Rodriguez, Deputy Director Hilsman, and Yulia will be leaving the call. So if you have any questions for them, this is probably the final minute to do so. Otherwise, Ray and I will be here.
Thank you. All right.
Just to clarify that the one above was just kind of a draft, Nina, and I don't want to just I want to ensure that we're not distinguishing. This was kind of what we had, and then we started a new thread. So I don't know if there are actually two distinct recommendations, or we just need to delete this initial one.
I think we just need to delete the top part. I think that one was like the brainstorm for the first.
Okay.
And where the second one is our cleanup.
Got it.
And Madam Chair.
Yes.
So under the, okay, so we did for worker voice and under right to organize.
Can folks mute themselves? I'm having trouble hearing committee members. Thank you. Sorry to interrupt.
No, that's okay. So if we could do, and I'm not sure how they would achieve this, but it's a recommendation, right? So recommendation of enforcement and possible penalties against employers who interfere with workers' rights to organize under the NLRA and the Labor Peace Ordinance.
Is this a new recommendation, Teresa?
This would be under under when we were discussing, yeah, it would be the separate bullet point for workers' voice.
Teresa, that is part of the permitting process that we have to sign that affidavit, just FYI. So that's actually part of the permitting process, is to sign the affidavit that you will not stand against organization of labor.
Yeah, and so what I'm trying to achieve is like an enforcement because
so Teresa,
yeah.
I'm sorry to interrupt. So my reference to labor harmony as it exists in a lot of other permit programs that we've developed with the city and county of San Francisco are have led to bus companies, for example, lose their permits, be denied permits because they did campaigns against the workers joining together in unions. So I think that's what you're trying to get at. And so my recommendation that we say we develop labor harmony requirements consistent, that should capture that.
Cool, thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Doug.
So this would be 7. This would be separate from the investment and workforce, the allocation of workforce development funds.
Okay. And then I'm wondering, because I know I was facilitating this the whole time, but I don't know how I missed it. I could have sworn that there was a recommendation to move language from the police code and put it back into DPH. So
there is. It's I think down in our original notes. Let's see, or maybe it was back up.
It was above, David. I think you already had it in point 1 even, or yeah, it's right after point 1.
Oh, there it is.
Yeah.
Can we make sure that it's...
I feel like I'm going at a different speed. I'm not seeing it.
Yeah, actually, no. I don't see it either anymore.
We discussed it during point 1.
Yeah, but it disappeared.
Well, we can put
I might have moved it.
Yeah.
So where does that belong?
It just belongs. So like
that's its own. It's its own.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what I meant. Sorry, it's starting to get a little bit long here.
Very important catch, though.
Yeah, I'm like losing words. Thank you. Just to make sure that we include that, I think it's very, very important for the movement itself, for us to normalize cannabis as a regular business and not something that needs to be criminally enforced upon. Sets a huge precedent for the rest of the nation moving forward.
Let's go back.
And Doug, correct me if I'm wrong, but it seems like all the text below what David is typing right now is encouraging implementation. So that's all covered in your previous recommendation, correct?
I'm sorry, what was that?
I think everything under point 8 to ensuring workers have a voice is basically covered by Doug's previous implementation. So we can erase that.
I think the language we came up with up above on workforce development and labor harmony. Yes, I agree. Yep.
Okay, got it.
Thank you. And then, Madam Chair, in the one with the pre-apprenticeship and state certified apprenticeship programs.
Okay, let's get that.
And where did we needed to specifically mention the Office of Economic and Workforce Development within this one.
Yeah, I think it's important.
Where I am not recalling how.
A recommendation to allocate workforce.
Development funds through OEWD?
Yeah, through OEWD. Thank you, Teresa.
And is this appropriate implementation of pre-apprentice and state certified apprenticeship programs to prompt full implementation of apprenticeship programs? It seems a little bit.
I would knock off after state certified apprenticeship programs and then just delete the rest.
Got it. Perfect.
Cool.
Keep it simple.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Okay, cool. So if we're good on there, sorry.
After that, it seems like we have all the motions to vote on, right?
Mm-hmm.
I just wanted to clarify. I wanted the language right for 8.
Mm-hmm.
That was the movie. The
8 would be remove Article 16 from Police Code and put cannabis regulatory. Cannabis regulatory ordinance under Department of Public Health. Or you can just say remove Article 16 from Police Code and put it under DPH. Yeah.
Reestablish under police.
Yeah.
Wouldn't it be eliminate? I'm not trying to nitpick. Wouldn't we eliminate Article 16 and then reestablish it under public health?
Can I suggest rewording the motion as move Article 16 from Police Code to health code.
And
See, that's why we love you.
That's beautiful. Okay.
Thank you.
Through the chair, I'd like to offer a motion to adopt all 8 of these recommendations at once en masse.
Second.
Yes.
Sorry to do this. I just wanted to check in that with Nikesh's input earlier on about just ensuring that we don't.
If anybody wants to break anything, is it the same thing? If anybody wants to break it out for like one thing to be voted on separately, as far as the committee goes, I think that would be fair. And then, but if not, I don't see the issue. Because it's, yeah.
Nikesh, does that?
So, and Ray, correct me if I'm wrong, but my understanding is that if you vote on that motion, that a motion to determine whether everyone is okay with taking a blanket vote on all of the recommendations as proposed, and if that is a yes, then you can go ahead and move to execute that, and either yay or nay across all of the recommendations. Ray, does that sound in line with your understanding?
Yeah, that is correct. And I believe we will need to take public comment for this item, if I'm not mistaken.
Didn't we take public comment in the beginning?
Ray, it's my belief that we did take public comment. I had asked the same question, but I remember someone typed in, please feel free to vote. I just can't remember if that was with respect to this item or the previous item.
I think it was with the previous item. Indicating that these were the priority areas.
Okay.
No, it was in regards to the implementation areas.
It was when you did the last blanket vote. Definitely, when you did the last blanket vote, we took public comment. So if we don't do it right, I'd rather do it twice than not do it right. If they fall down.
Okay. I was pretty sure we voted on this one, and that's why we continued on our conversation. But it's okay.
I think we voted to just to identify the priority areas and not the actual language of the.
Okay. All right. In that case, opening up the floor to public comment in regards to the way that these recommendations are worded. In regards, give it that part. In regards to how these recommendations are worded, we're taking public comment in regards to how these recommendations are worded at this time.
Thank you, Madam Chair. At this time, let me take a look of our attendee list. As of now, there's no caller waiting to speak. And I will move on to the chat box. That I don't see any written comments submitted to the chat box as well.
Cool. All right. Hearing no public comment at this time, if we want to make a motion for us to vote on these recommendations as written, as a whole, all 8 of them.
Second.
Thanks.
Okay, so with that, seat 8, Ali, how do you vote?
Aye.
Seat 9, Aaron?
Aye.
Seat 10, Jessica?
Oh, yeah, she has a thumbs
up. Seat 11, Doug?
Aye.
Seat 12, Sean? Are you still with us? Okay.
Says still here.
Okay, so for now, I'll have that as an abstention. Seat 13, Nina?
Aye.
Seat 14, Jesse?
Aye.
Seat 15, Teresa?
Aye.
Seat 16, Sarah?
Aye.
Great. So with that, we are now able to move to vote with each of the recommendations simultaneously. So Nikesh, correct me if I'm wrong, Nina as well. So now we do the actual final vote on the recommendations as written.
So I make a motion to adopt the recommendations as they stand.
Second.
There you go. Thank you.
Was that Teresa that seconded?
Yes.
And I'm so, okay, seat 8, Ali, how do you vote? All right, seat 9, Aaron?
Aye.
Seat 10, Jessica? She giving the thumbs up? Not able to see her. Seat 10, Jessica? Oh, okay, there you are. Seat 11, Doug?
Aye.
Seat 12, Sean? Abstain. Seat 13, Nina?
Aye.
Seat 14, Jesse?
Aye.
Seat 15, Teresa?
Aye.
Seat 16, Sarah?
Aye.
And with that, your recommendations are approved.
Woo!
Good
Okay.
work.
Nina, big
We-
up.
One more thing. We got one more thing that is super, super important that we get through. We have a letter that we want to submit to the Board of Supervisors in regards to ordinance file number 201265, which is the smoking inhalation ban. This ban prohibits smoking of any kind in multi-use housing. I know that the OOC talked about it in their presentation earlier, but essentially one of the biggest issues is that aside from there not being many options for medical cannabis patients that use regulations as their primary mode of like administering their medicine, that there's going to be $1,000 a day fine. So like a person had, like if the property owner wanted to, they could just charge someone up to $30,000 for that, which obviously right now in a time of a pandemic and people out of jobs, it doesn't seem really smart to have more things that could make people lose their housing right now. So I know all of you got the letter that was penned. If you guys have any comments, questions, revisions, etc. on this, it would be wonderful to have it now.
I just want to say, Nina, like it's unbelievable that a city like San Francisco that calls us as liberal as we are is putting this out. My wife has epilepsy. If she would get kicked out of an apartment for smoking weed, she'd have seizures all day. So I really just want to say thank you to you and Jesse for really taking the helm on this. Jesse, activating the Harvey Milk Democratic Club was huge. This is really big. And yeah, I think you have my full support. Everyone in the industry that I talked to is just so disappointed by the way this was introduced. Also, I think we need to take a minute and actually acknowledge that I was really disappointed that Sandra was the co-sponsor of this bill, and your opposition is, I think you have all the support in the city that you could wish for. And this is a feel-good bill that's been sitting in Norman Yee's drawer since April. It was actually drafted in April. So I think we as an industry really need to stand up, and I want to thank you and Jesse for really taking the lead on this.
Madam Chair, sorry if I'm jumping the queue, but I have to go. I'm late for a 5:30. This just seems terrible, and thank you for taking this issue on. Stay safe, everybody.
Okay.
And actually, committee member Block, before you go, I just want to make sure we have quorum before you leave. So if we don't, then we take a vote now. So David, can you please remind us if we have a quorum at this point or not? And I apologize for the delay, committee member Block.
Nikesh, do we need public comment before we can vote?
We would, but I just want to see if we would lose quorum if committee member Block left. If he did, then we would open. I would recommend we open it up to public comment so we can take a vote.
I think we should.
Yeah, if that's not the case, then it's fine. But I want to make sure we don't lose quorum.
There's no opposition to this. We're all in the same boat. Let's open up public comment.
Yeah,
Cool.
Nikesh, I think we'll be okay with quorum. If right now we have Sean stepped out, and if we lose Doug, we will still have 6.
I'm still here. I'm still here.
Oh, Sean's still here.
Okay.
Yes.
Oh,
He's we're good.
All right.
oh, we're good.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
We've been on this call for 4 hours.
I know. It was a 4-hour call. All right, so opening up the floor for public comment in regards to Supervisor Yee's inhalation ban. So if you would like to submit public comment, please do that in the chat box, raise your hand, or dial in and press *3 in order to make your statement.
Madam Chair, as of now, there's no individual waiting to speak.
It's a long.
And
It's been a long meeting. I know we only have 10 other attendees left, I think.
I have a quick question.
Yes.
Do we know how this got passed, how that 30-day rule got waived? I mean, it just feels, I would hope the intent wasn't sneaky, but I'm just curious if we know an answer as to why the 30-day rule was waived and this just got pushed through so fast.
Yeah, Supervisor Yee is the president of the Board of Supervisors. The president can always waive the 30-day rule on any piece of legislation, and Supervisor Yee waived the 30-day rule on November 5th because had he waited 30 days, he would no longer be a supervisor and would not be able to vote in this legislation.
Thank you so much. Thank you for getting that on record too.
So your read was correct.
All right. So,
oh, I think committee member Pyan has a.
Does she have her hand? I didn't see. Committee member Pyan.
I just wanted to make a quick comment. Thank you so much for acting quickly on this. This is misguided, it's elitist, and shows a lack of education of the people who have proposed this, because not everybody who's using cannabis medicinally has a recommendation. They want privacy, they want to have swift relief, and they really need to impress upon the supervisors that before they put things up like this, they should be reaching out to the greater public to see what's going on.
Or even medical professionals. My wife doesn't have a recommendation, but she's allowed to consume cannabis at UCSF in the neurology department. So they didn't even consult their traditional medical experts. That needs to also be said. Sorry.
Yeah, you're right on it. You're right on it. We have seen since the advent of legalization so many people who have felt free to come and purchase cannabis for symptom management that did not feel comfortable doing it before when they were required to have a medical recommendation. So this does not serve the people of San Francisco.
Motion to adopt the letter as is and recommend it to the mayor and supervisor.
Perfect. I second that motion.
Yep.
Let's get it.
Sorry, to capture the motion, Ali, you said to capture the letter as is and submit to the BOS?
BOS and mayor's office, yes.
Oh, okay. Thank you. And that was seconded by whom?
Chair Parks.
Thank you, Chair Parks. Okay, we'll put it to a vote. Seat 8, Ali, how do you vote?
Aye.
Seat 9, Aaron.
Aye.
Seat 10, Jessica.
Aye.
Seat 11, Doug is no longer with us. Seat 12, Sean. Sean, are you with us? Madam Chair, I think even without Sean, we still have quorum.
Okay, let's keep it going.
So seat 13, Nina.
Aye.
Seat 14, Jesse.
Aye.
Seat 15, Teresa.
Aye.
Seat 16, Sarah.
Aye.
And with that, the vote passes with 6 yeas, 1 absence, and 1 abstention.
Okay. Beautiful. All right. It is 5:40, you guys. I'm going to open it up the floor to general public comment, and then we can then ceremoniously kind of close out. So for the people that are left, for the Champ 10 folks that stuck it through with us, if there's anything at all that you guys would like to make public comment on, please do call in. Or raise your hand or put it into the chat box. So once again, that phone number is 415-699. Sorry, I just lost it. Where'd it go? There it is. 415-655-0001 with an access code of 146-067-7473, and then you would press *3 in order to be able to make your public comment.
While we wait for public comment, Nina, thank you. It's been thank you for all you did. I know you and I are often at the opposite side of the equity world, but it's amazing what you're doing.
Thank you so much. That means a lot coming from you, Ali. I appreciate that. I'm looking forward to continuously doing this work in community with you, despite any of our other difficult conversations that might have to happen. So
much respect for you. Thank you for what you did, how you led us, and what we got done today. I didn't think a year ago we could get this much done. And Office of Cannabis, Ray, Eugene, Nikesh, Jeremy, Marissa, thank you guys so much. I think our city is in a really unique position for what we've accomplished. And it shows that, like, despite all the different factions, we can work together if we love this city.
Yep, agreed.
And thank you to all of you. I know if Director Rodriguez was here, she would be repeating much more eloquently what I'm about to say, but we really enjoyed working with all of you. And such is the way with a lot of these things, where once you start hitting your stride, it has to change or it comes to an end and we hit reset. So we do hope that you will all reapply for positions, and that as a body, the advisory committee will be in good hands moving forward, but it certainly has a good pedigree and legacy to build off of. So I, for one, am very happy with the work that we were all able to do. Thank you so much for being invested, and we look forward to supporting the next group as well. So thanks so much.
Yeah. Ray, do we have anybody in public comment?
We do, but before that, I agree with Nikesh's remarks, and thank you, Ali, for your kind words. I think we have accomplished so much in the last 12 months, and we should all be very proud of what we have accomplished so far. And with that, let's move on to the general public comment. Madam Chair, we do have one individual waiting to speak, and I'm going to unmute this call. Hello, caller. Your 2 minutes starts. Welcome.
Hello.
Yes, welcome.
Yes. So this is Claudel Douglas. I listened for a minute, but I didn't hear from the Office of Cannabis how many people actually applied to the program initially, and out of that, I know it was like something at one time was like maybe 300 people. And did they do any surveys or outreach to see what was the barriers to the people that weren't able to get any type of cannabis business? And then the other thing I don't think I heard was I did hear equity incentives or taxes to dispensaries, but I didn't hear anything towards other equity businesses as far as manufacturers and distributors or cultivators. I only heard incentive far as shelf space of 10% for dispensaries. So I wanted to know what were the outreach, or I guess what is expected of the other entities, cannabis businesses that are thriving in San Francisco. And I think and I believe that was it.
All right. Thank you so much for your comment.
Thank you, Claudel, for your public comment. The notes and also this recording will be made available on the Office of Cannabis website, so you'll be able to go back and watch it. There was extensive conversation and figuring out how to incentivize some parity across all license types for equity applicants. They were built into different things other than just the tax incentive, like shared use spaces. But again, you'll be able to watch this entire thing if you missed it, available on the Office of Cannabis website. And all of those questions would be answered if you just watch the recording once more, because all of those things were addressed earlier on in this meeting, which is amazing. We are so dialed in. It took us all a year, but we got it.
And to Nina's point, you can reach out to any of us. Nina will share her knowledge. I'll share my knowledge. Aaron will share his knowledge. You can reach out to any of us and we'll tell you what we know about bringing a business online.
Yeah, it is. It is a adventure. So once again, thank you everybody for your time, for your focus, for your commitment, for your heart in making all of this move forward in a productive and very focused way. I do feel very, very confident that we've laid a very successful foundation for anybody to come in and that even if they replace us in our seats or anything, they have something super solid, as well as the recorded this time, because I know that was an issue earlier, that there was no resources for recordings on the city website, but now we got it anyways. So 2020 doing things. So once again, anybody that wants to apply for this committee, please do so with the city clerk. And we will see you hopefully at the top, or at least at the first quarter of next year. Hopefully we can see some more traction in getting another group, if not our group, together once more. So word, I will see you guys, whenever we see each other in, weird life. All right. Thank you guys.
Stay safe, healthy.
Thank you.
Meeting adjourned?
Meeting adjourned.
And Ray, with that, I think you can stop the recording as well. We're good to go.
You guys have a happy holiday.
You too, Sean.
Thank you, Sean.